Get ready to start jumping up and down like idiots.
I may not be the world's greatest lover, but 17th place isn't half bad.
It's Madamus of the Back Library, former Cosmic Defender turned archive curator, streaming throughout every week. Retro and modern game stream. Watch him fail. Yapping stream. He'll call you pretty. Karaoke stream. Prepare your ear holes. Movie and TV watch-along stream. Definitely not infringing copyright. Definitely. Bonus gorilla stream. Watch them for Harambe. If you don't watch live, Chibi Madamus will cry. Is that not enough? If you don't watch live, the dinosaurs will go extinct again.
Don't blame me, I did not authorize any of this.
Plus, why watch Madamus of the Back Library for free when you can pay for it?
I'd like to talk to you about our special financing options.
YouTube channel memberships starting at one incredibly low price.
Less than all your favorite prescription drugs.
And Madamus will moan the name of anyone who becomes a member live.
Wait, what?
New schedule posted weekly on X and YouTube. Go read it.
Back that up. What's this about moaning?
All streams scheduled in Eastern Time, God's favorite time zone.
When did I ever agree to moan every member's name?
Always streaming horizontal, never vertical, just the way you like it.
Quit changing the subject.
Follow, subscribe, like, watch, do the things, have the fun.
Okay, fine, as long as I'm getting paid.
Madamus of the Back Library.
Greetings, brohams, what the dealio? Welcome to the Back Library. I am Madamus, former Cosmic Defender turned archive curator. Hail to the chat. Welcome in, Nami. Welcome in, Luciano. Welcome in, Judd. Anyone else who's currently watching? Welcome in. If you are lurking, thank you for lurking. If you're VOD watching, thank you for watching the VOD. Please consider a comment on the VOD. It does help with the algorithm. Like, subscribe, notification bell, follow on Twitter, do the things, have the fun, win the game. Woo! Welcome in, Flash Viewer. Welcome in, Professor Lithium. I hope everyone had a wonderful Christmas. Those of you I didn't see last night, welcome in the Shy Siren, and happy Boxing Day to our friends in Canada and the UK and anywhere else that celebrates it. I here in the US, I grew up with December 26th as National Exchange Day. That's the day we're all when I was taught as a child, when you take all your gifts back to Walmart or wherever and exchange them. Isn't that awful? Isn't that awful? Oh my gosh. But I hope everyone had a great holiday, those of you who celebrate it, and those of you celebrating Boxing Day as well. Merry Christmas and must welcome in Guy Kagami. I hope you had a wonderful holiday as well. Oh my gosh, my throat. Okay, right out of the gate, I know I say this on a lot of streams, my throat is wrecked between the impromptu karaoke to make up for the transfers this week, plus the few hours I did with Briar, plus last night's stream. Yeah, I definitely. Oh, as much as I hate to take this coming Monday off again, I'm probably going to be taking this coming Monday off again. Give myself a little more time to heal. Okay. Oh, and happy Bubble and Squeak Day also, as was pointed out by our good friend Katerin Naranya. Yeah, it's the day to cook all those leftovers. Yum, yum. I didn't really do much. Just had a 3 cheese twice baked potato. Honestly, that sounds delicious. Last night, all I did on Christmas, all I did was, I talked about this last night. On Christmas, I just did I just had a can of soup and like a mini entree frozer thing. The transfer stream lost media now. Yes and no. Vice, welcome in, welcome in. Seraphist, welcome in. Hope you're all having a great day today. Eating leftovers right now. Nice. Twin Opinion, welcome in, welcome in. Imred, wow, everyone's showing up. Cooking for yourself could be a New Year's resolution. I mean, it's kind of cooking for myself. I did put it in the microwave all by myself. I know I need to do better. Y'all aren't the first people to tell me that. Briar Mayer's been posting pictures of food to try to encourage me to eat better. So don't you worry. I'm gonna do better. There will be a change. Yes, I did back up the stream. And there's an interesting story. I'm glad you brought that up, Guy, because I meant to mention it. So yeah, the transfer stream, as y'all know, it went the way of the dodo. Apparently the way, I was reading more on it, I guess the way YouTube monitors copyright for things you upload versus things you're live streaming, it's almost like it's a different AI both ways. Whereas the one when you upload, they take more time to make sure. The one when you're live streaming, it just immediately will kneecap you. Jennifer, welcome in. I hope you are having a wonderful day today. Welcome in, Fruit Punch Bicycle. Welcome in. I celebrate Christmas and Epiphany, 3 Kings Day. Nice. Okay, I've never really thought about 3 Kings Day. All right. Nice. Love it. But welcome in. So yeah, so YouTube cut off the transfers thing. Then I was going to rip it to my hard drive, the transfer stream, so I wouldn't lose what was there. It seems like in their effort to block it, they also glitched it, so it wouldn't stop processing the stream. So I get 2 Christmases. Nice. 12 days of Christmas. That's true. The 12 days of Christmas is the 12 days after Christmas. I mean, it starts with Christmas and it goes on for 12 days. I never realized that until recently. Doing well. Hope everyone is doing well. Yes. I hope everyone is. Absolutely. And I hope the new puppy's doing well as well, Jennifer. So yeah, I couldn't back it up the normal way. So what I did was I quickly went into the editor in YouTube and I made an edit to cut out everything with the movie and backed it up as a copy of the movie to YouTube unlisted. And then it got hit with another copyright thing. And this is where it gets wild in my eyes. So the song that the video that showed the theater warning. For those of you who missed it, at the beginning of our transfer stream, there was an old theater warning we had for no public displays of affection. Don't go feeling up on each other during the movie type thing. the music that was with that was originally copyrighted. I replaced it a long time ago with music that I know is Creative Commons licensed through Pixabay, I think is who it is. And someone must have created a false copyright on that. So it got flagged for a copyright saying I couldn't monetize either. Not that I was going to, but I decided I pushed back on that and filed a copy of my license. So we'll see what happens. But that's the stuff that's always so annoying. Alex, welcome in. Welcome in. I hope you are having a wonderful day after Christmas. We're just doing our preliminary YAAAP. That pupper has been doing well. He has a lot of energy and he's now staying outside. Oh gosh, I can imagine. Yeah, the excitement of Christmas, even for puppies. That's the truth. Excitement of being in a new place and everything. Yowzers. What was that? Oh, I heard you got an Atari 7800 Plus for Christmas. Congratulations. Thank you. Yeah. Well, it was a little before Christmas. It was a Black Friday thing, and we'll talk about that. I'm looking forward to really delving into a little bit of the history, not overkilling, not putting people to sleep. We'll save that for the Aladdin stream. What did I miss? Let me see if I've missed anything else. Oh, okay. Wood paneling. Yeah, it's missing. But I do like the look of the 7800. Welcome in, Daylin. Welcome in. What do we got? I don't have an Atari cartridge collection, so I have no need to buy stuff from Atari. Yes, gotcha. But I do keep forgetting they have a $100 baseball cap with a Bluetooth speaker in it. Really? I did not know that. That's different. Wow. Wow. Yeah, so the 7800 Plus, even before we start talking about it, let me just say, it is not like one of those flashback systems. This thing does not have built-in games. This isn't like the, 100 games built-in type of thing. This thing uses original cartridges. There are some compatibility, if I could speak compatibility, but let me try that again. Compatibility issues, which we'll talk a little bit about. We won't go through every cartridge on that. It's called the Snapback. I always want it when I can't afford it. Yeah, $100 for a baseball cap with a Bluetooth is kind of pricey. Man, oh man, I'm so cheap when it comes to hats. I try to get my baseball caps like from AliExpress. They're probably stolen artwork. Shh, don't tell anyone. Oh, what do we got here? Let me go back a little more. Right after the transfer stream, I downloaded it. Nice. Yeah, I'm glad you were able to, Guy. I wasn't able to directly from them because it was glitched out. But yeah, I've got it now. I do have it saved now. It is backed up. Just for the intro. And we will do transfers. I'm looking at a few different sites for watch-alongs. There's one called Watch Party, which I've seen another streamer use. It's just, I always had hoped I could do stuff on YouTube so that everyone could watch along even when it's a VOD, Something to put on my birthday wish list, maybe. Good idea. Anyways, I'm hyped to see what this new console is. Yeah, the new old console. From what I understand, it's able to play cartridges from the 80s, but it can also connect online for digital games. I don't know about the digital part. You might be right. I haven't read that about it. Excuse me, hydration break. Man, my throat is really bad. Got a drink, take a drink, hydrate or dihydrate. I do want to mention, okay, just a second, let me back this up a little bit more. My head is so big that I usually can't wear a hat unless it's a beanie or has a wide brim. Gotcha. Oh dear. I miss my Atari 2600 collection. Yeah. Although, if I'm real, you probably, well, oh bless. You wouldn't have had to do that. Honestly, it would have been in your best interest to sell it. If you can make money off of stuff, anytime you can make money off stuff like that, I say do it. I mean, I've sold plenty of stuff, like I've said Sunday Fun Day with the Christmas stream. I would love to have played it on stream, but I'd already sold the sucker. I figured I'd better do it if you weren't able to download it. Thank you, Guy. I appreciate you looking out for me. Really and truly appreciate that. Yeah, luckily I was able to get it. So, even though I cut off the last little bit of it, but the last little bit, the main thing I wanted was all that introduction, that hour of YAAAP. So thank you, Guy. I appreciate that. Sounds cool. Also, hi, Guy. Nice to see you here. Happy Boxing Day. Indeed, happy Boxing Day once again to everyone. To all our friends in the UK and Canada and anywhere else that celebrates. I just thought, good idea. Mute the sound of the movie. I'll still get bonked with the video too, Judd. They'll pick up both. It could have been either or. Unfortunately. Yeah, we'll figure out a way to do it. There are plenty of ways streamers do it. I don't have Discord set up. I'm not set up with, I don't have a Discord server. If I ever get one, that's one way to do it. There's a website called Watch Party, and there's a specific streamer I've seen use Watch Party on more than one occasion. It's Shi Icho, who used to be with Production Kawaii. Because she used to use it for watching Hell's Kitchen episodes, I know, with members. And I think with anyone. I don't think it was a members-only thing. So, yeah. What was I saying? Oh. I was going to bring up, speaking of the Aladdin semi-deep dive video. I'm not happy with my audio on it. I might re-record it, so it's going to be delayed a little bit. And even more so because I've mentioned on a few streams that something's been happening with my mic, and I know it isn't my mic. It's where the sound is sounding a bit compressed, at least to my ear. A lot of people have said they don't hear it. I do, and it bugs me. I think a lot of it has to do with my motherboard. As much as, you know, this has unfortunately been one of those holidays of overextending. What can you do? But I'm working some extra hours at my side gig, so that helps too, to offset. I have gone ahead and ordered a new motherboard, unless I decide to cancel before it ships. I'm ordering a new motherboard because I do think it might be related to this motherboard. I've always had issues with the motherboard that's in my streaming machine. Ever since I bought it, it had some weird posting issues, and apparently they're inherent to the model. So I'm just finally doing what I should have done. RAM is too expensive, CPUs are too expensive, and GPUs are too expensive, but motherboards are okay right now. Motherboards have not gone up. Not necessarily down, but they're okay. Nick Gamer, welcome in. Welcome in. Anything? Hope you are having a good day. Never had a friend like Matt. Yeah, I don't know. We're gonna get the Aladdin thing done. I swear. Since it's my first like specific video content thing outside of maybe a couple shorts where I recorded specifically for them, I really want to make sure it sounds good. It's gonna look however it looks. Just because my editing skills are always limited. Even though I'm not using it, but I've got the newer version of Vegas, but which is such a weird thing when it comes to editing with me. I got a newer version of Vegas, and I'm still using the old version. I picked up the new version, not the newest version, but a new version. And it's the interface, it has changed a bit. So I just keep telling myself, you know, I need to take some time to there's not a whole bunch of learning. It would be just, you know, seeing what's changed. But because I haven't had time to do that, I just keep going back to the old one, which is like a 10, 15-year-old copy of it. You know what they say, old habits die hard. Yeah. And that's one thing I love when it comes to editing. A lot of people are really happy with CapCut, and a lot of people are really happy with what's your other, the free one that everyone oh gosh, I can't think of the name of it. DaVinci. Everyone likes DaVinci, which is free for the versions that are free. But I just have there's the setup for Vegas is good for me, and it supports a wide variety of codecs, because I have a video codec I've always used, not for finishing, but for like in between stages. And things like CapCut don't support it. It does support it. You're no Robin Williams. Oh, I know that, man. Robin Williams was 1 in a million. One in a million indeed. New Vegas, old Vegas, Manimus, are you playing Fallout? I've got some Fallout. Someday I should. Also, considering Adobe got worse over time. Yeah, it would make sense that some people want to use old stuff until corporates force them to change, like how Microsoft, continues to punishes anyone who doesn't use YEP. It's wild how Vegas became a fan fave. The game or the editor? The game, yeah, it's definitely become a fan fave, that's for sure. Wind blows 11 by weakening Windows 10. Yeah, I wonder if anyone remembers Microsoft Wind blows meme from 2010's actual sign in Japan. I do not. However, I do have an old, and I can't get it to run without a virtual machine. I've got an old parody video game called Microshaft Wind Blows 98. And the only thing I remember about it when I was able to use it, it's got all these videos of supposedly of Stephen Hawking calling up Microsoft to complain about Windows not working, which is just great. You bastards, this program still won't run. A boutique in LA makes t-shirts of it. Nice. The game, I figured. Just had to check. I know what you're talking about, LJ. Oh, Lazy Game. Really? Did a review of it. I did not know that. Okay, I didn't know anyone had touched that. But yeah, and speaking of that, though, with the Microsoft and Windows 11, that's one of the things which came out in recent weeks is, and I mentioned this on other streams, but I'll mention it again. Microsoft basically admitted 30 to 40% of their current code is being written by their own AIs. So if you want to know why Windows 11 has been breaking right out of the gate for everyone, destroying data and everything else, there's your answer. There's your answer. And it's not that the AIs are doing anything wrong, but they're not built for that. It's like the game Soma. It was trying to, it was trying to preserve life, but it was trying to preserve life the way it interpreted life. It didn't understand. Windows 98 second edition is the ultimate gaming OS. Yeah, I should be using that one instead with my virtual machine, which is insane. Yeah, no wonder 11's been awful. Yep, Copilot or Tai as it used to be called, has been falling apart. Yeah, that's probably why. And and the thing is, I can't fault Microsoft alone. Because you and I know, everyone knows Google's doing the same thing. You want to know why YouTube keeps breaking and they refuse to fix anything and refuse to not acknowledge broken things? That's why. That's a big part of it. And there's nothing we can do about it, unfortunately, that I know of. The corpos are going to keep doing what they're doing. It's just like the AI artwork, and this is something I agree on. As much as I don't like it, I agree with our friend Lawnmower Girl about it. You're not going to be able to escape it. And it's going to be a case of just learning to accept it and learning how to deal with it, and maybe learning to make sure there are restrictions with people that they need to disclose that it isn't AI artwork, and maybe even have them put in a contract that they're not using AI artwork if you're commissioning something, because then you'd have something legally to take them to court if you get screwed over. Madamus, thinking about Soma. It's a good game. In fact, Soma, it reminds me, one thing I was going to mention, chat, just one last thing, and this is off topic. I just read right as I was starting stream, James Cameron's already planning a fourth and fifth Avatar movie. It's never gonna end, y'all. I don't know why. Is the third one even doing well? So AI is bad. AI isn't bad or good, Judd. AI is a tool, and it's all in how it's used, and and who's using it. And the problem is they're using it too much with things they should not be using it with. Told you you'd enjoy. I gotta take another drink. I'm sorry, y'all. Hydration break. If you gotta drink, take a drink. Hydrate or dihydrate. Told you you'd enjoy Soma's story. Yeah, it was good. It was definitely good. It was something I would much rather watch that as a movie than the new Avatars. I don't know. My apologies to any Avatar fans. I thought the first one was okay, but I never thought it was the end-all be-all that James Cameron thought it was. But no one likes to be told they've got an ugly baby. Well, most people. I mean, some people probably, you know, I don't know. Maybe some people know they have an ugly baby and they're just, yeah, we know he's ugly. That's horrible. That's horrible. I'm kidding. But I do feel like with Avatar, yeah, he's just, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, so there you go. There's a fourth and a fifth one. If you're really into Avatar, congratulations. As for the rest of us, if you want a good narrative story, that's short, try What Remains of Edith Finch. Finish and run it in 1 or 2 streams. Let me write that down. Edith Finch. Put it right here on a list I had of some birthday stuff I had to do. Oh, something else I wanted to mention real quick. I don't have next week's schedule, like, even started. I'll probably hammer it out tomorrow. Think it through. Maybe work on some tonight. I'm thinking we might do another Atari thing, and I'm thinking for New Year's, chat. We're going to start the unboxing momentarily. For those of you who came in for that, we're going to start in a few moments. Well, we're going to discuss the Atari 7800 a little bit, and then we will get started with it. But as for next week, I'm thinking for New Year's Eve, I want to do something a little different than the norm. Last year, we did a game of the year every year, which was Tetris. Because let's be honest, Tetris is, even if you're not a fan, it's one of those things you just kind of have to acknowledge it as the game of all time. It's infinitely approachable. It's one of those things that anyone can play it, and yet it's also so difficult no one can play it at times, except for real pros. It's great for amateurs and great for pros. It is the game of all time. So yeah, last year we played Tengen Tetris. I've been sort of going back and forth between doing another version of Tetris or doing an Atari Batsu wheel, using the Atari 50th anniversary collection on Steam, which is a big collection of games, setting up a Batsu wheel and maybe spinning it each time I lose a game to pull up the next one. Absolutely. Even it has its own movie and crossovers with Lumines, I've never heard of that one, Effect, and Puyo Puyo. I know the Puyo Puyo. Batsu wheel. Oh, not that type, Jennifer. Not the normal punishment. I guess I should have just said wheel. I should have just said wheel in this case. But Jennifer, you do raise a good point. At some point, I do want to do a proper Batsu wheel for a big milestone. I don't know if we'll do it for a birthday stream or membership anniversary, but I do want to do something like that. So yeah, that is on the table. I know I've said this before. A lot of times I feel like I'm running in circles because I'm just playing catch up on so many things. I still haven't finished all the membership goals from before. So thank you again, everyone who sticks with me, because I know I'm playing catch up on a lot of promises have been made and not enough of them have been kept yet. But that's gonna improve. I do think that's gonna improve this coming year. So anything else to mention? Yeah, so I don't know what all we're going to do for New Year's, but we'll work out. Oh, Megs, welcome in. I see you're with your alt. Uh-oh, is YouTube doing something? Oops, wrong account. Oh, that's fine. I figured YouTube was YouTubing. Oh, my gosh. No need to rush to get through everything, Matt. No, I appreciate that, Jennifer, but it is one of those things. I think that's one of the things where the brainworms hit. Just so a lot of you know. You know, I see a lot of VTubers who are small and independent like me, and it seems a lot of times they're doing and accomplishing certain things like with videos and covers and everything, and I feel like I'm clawing my way sometimes to catch up. So I do appreciate everyone who sticks with me, and I know in a lot of cases some cases they're hiring editors, and in a lot of cases they have different skill sets than I do too. So I know that plays into it, and it's the type of thing that shouldn't create brainworms, but something to realize, chat, about all VTubers. We're all crazy. And any of us who say we're not crazy are probably lying. No offense to any other streamers who are watching. You know it. I know it. Oh my gosh, my ear trumpet has been struck by lightning. Thank you. Thank you. Ooh, you got Control Z. Nice, nice. Let me go ahead. Control Z. Ooh, woo.
I want you to join our little family.
And Streamlabs is already here. Gotta show off. Yeah, that's true. I do need to get better with that. Gotta show off the voice skills. Bet everyone wants to hear you. I appreciate that, Omegs. Thank you. Oh, and Omegs, let me say to you again. I know I've said it a few times, but thank you again for the gift card that you forwarded. You told Rhea to give to me for the Steam thing you won. It showed up just like a day or so ago. And Rhea was quick to remind me to thank you again. And I would have thanked you again anyway, but thank you again. We love Rhea. Rhea's also crazy. I love Rhea, but you know, crazy recognizes crazy. We're all crazy here. That explains why a lot of Twitch streams are usually screaming when I tune into their shows, especially the ones with 100 or more in their audience. That could be. That could be. That could be. Oh, man. Let me get another hydration break. My apologies again. My throat is wrecked. Yeah, someday I'll let it heal properly. The thing is, to let it heal properly, I need to take more time off, and I know that, and I'm not willing to do it. So at this point, it's more of a case of hopefully spacing it out enough where I don't mess things up worse. Okay, hydration, gotta drink, take a drink, yada, yada, yada. High energy is really addicting for some viewers. Yeah, that's true, too. I hope that I do at least a good balance of it. Because I like a little of both, you know? Oh, yeah, I'm forgetting to hydrate. Seraphis just reminded me with the emotes. Yeah. Yeah, I appreciate them both. I try to learn and get little bits and pieces from all of them, from the high energy and the low energy. Well, in the low energy, I mean chill, not the actual low energy, because, yeah. Sometimes, yeah. The YAAAP almost took over. It happens. It's happened so much. Speaking of YAAAP, as we lead into the actual opening, let me switch over to the gaming PC because I want to pull up some of the stuff about the Atari 7800. Gosh, my throat is wrecked. Door transition. But yeah, Ear Trumpet, welcome in, Ear Trumpet, and thank you again for the gifted membership. Ayumi Karumi, welcome in. I hope you are having a fantastic night or day, whatever time zone you're in. We're about to start doing the actual hand cam and unboxing, but first, we're going to talk a bit about the Atari 7800. Just let me switch the BGM. Let's go to the Bossa Nova thing. So the Atari 7800, chat, well, in the US, it was originally called the Atari 7800 Pro System because it's for professionals, okay? The Nintendo Entertainment System, it's got a toy robot. It's for little kids. You want to be a little kid or you want to be a pro? Do you want to be a professional gamer? Then you go with Atari. Not really, but that was the way they were selling it. Looking through the Wikipedia on it, I was reading a bit. I want to be a Toys R Us kid. Welcome in, Cabbases. Welcome in. So the thing, some of the stuff, just as I was reading up on the Atari, on the 7800, is that it was originally supposed to be, released before 86. Based username Toys R Us kid, indeed. Oh yeah, and chat, if you haven't checked out Cabba's content, he does amazing stuff, as does the Shy Siren. I forgot to promote her channel earlier, too, when she popped in. Yeah, be sure to check both of them out. Great content all around. Got so many talented people. Thankfully, Toys R Us is alive in Canada, even though it's just the Macy's toy aisle in the US now. Yeah, I'd love to see him make a comeback. A real comeback. Same with KB. I don't know. Maybe that time's behind us, though, because I was reading going off on a tangent. I saw an article which made me sad. It was something along the line of how mall Santas are dying off. There isn't a crowd with mall Santas. And part of the reason is, I think part of the reason is Black Friday. I think part of the reason is Black Friday because I think all of this stuff's sort of overridden the classic asking Santa Claus for what you want for Christmas things. But apparently another thing that's sort of hurting it is kids are having less interest in toys anymore. And I guess it is because we're getting to be a device culture. But apparently the toy industry, in terms of kids buying toys, we got plenty of adults buying their figures to put on their shelves. But as far as toys, I guess the industry is suffering. And that's really, I mean, maybe it's inevitable, but it is sad, isn't it? Thankfully, let me back this up just a little. Oh, Madamus read my mind about KB. Yeah. Also, Playmates lost the TMNT license. Really? So even more dead childhood. I didn't know they'd lost it. Wow. That came out of nowhere because I knew they were still producing those. Yowzers. Yep, the last Kmart in the U.S. is a mini Kmart in Florida. It's half the size of a normal one. Occupies half of what used to be a Walmart. I think Kmart, it breaks my heart that Kmart and Sears essentially passed away. Except in name only, for the most part. But I also feel like they did it to themselves because Kmart made a whole bunch of bad decisions. I could tell you a place where I lived. It had one Kmart, and there was like a whole period of a year or a year and a half or 2 years. They closed it because they decided to rename it Sears Essentials, and that went over like a lead balloon. And then they renamed it to Kmart, but at that point it was like, you know, you'd messed up, and a lot of people, they weren't drawing the crowds. And then I remember Kmart did away with their electronics and video game sections. Kmart for a long time was known for their video game sales. They used to get exclusives on a lot of stuff. I remember watching even some streamers talking about waiting in line for Nintendo GameCube from Kmart, and which I didn't. And I feel like it was just bad decision after bad decision. Let me back this up. I missed a couple things. I missed a lot of things. Especially something to compete with a phone. Yeah. They haven't made many good toys. Yeah. It feels like, sad that smartphones have become the toy. What? I don't know what you do. Oh yeah, many kids play with iPads than actual toys. I'm grateful that there are still some kids that play outside, but they're rare now. Yeah, and I was never a kid who did a lot of playing outside, but more so than what you see nowadays. Yeah. I thought it's because nobody wants the big vid for Christmas. That's part of it. That's a part of it, Daylin, but I've read that was one of the reasons, but I've read its other reasons too. The vid thing I expected. With the Santa Claus dying off, I expected that. With the vid and concerns over that was, yeah. But I read the toy thing as a part of it too, and that was the thing that struck me more. Playmates lost. Yeah. Oh wow, my childhood. Yeah. Recent development. It's as mind-blowing as when Bandai lost Power. Did Bandai Man, I've been out of the loop. I never knew Bandai lost Power Rangers. A phone just has an insanely value entertainment-wise. Yeah, for better or for worse, I look at, I don't use a smartphone much, y'all know that. But as much as I love a lot of these devices, I also lament a lot of these devices. So many people watching movies on a tablet and things like that, and I'm just thinking, I could watch streamers on a tablet, but I can't imagine watching really movies on a tablet, except if I was like in a hotel or something. Sears is alive and well in Puerto Rico. Yep, I guess so. I think, yeah, I remember reading that now that you mention it, Daylin. Wow. If you want to be technical, Kmart was killed by an exec. Oh boy, exec named Eddie Lambert, who drained its money dry and caused it to bleed out over the decades, really. Well, add that to it too. Yowzers. I worked at Kmart for a year, so sadly got firsthand experience as to why Kmart was dying. Yeah. I don't understand. Legit, I don't understand how Walmart hasn't started to collapse under its own weight, especially with their poor customer service. True, my aunt got, wow, so much. Let me back up. True, oh my gosh. Let me back up a little more. So much, wow. I gotta zip through these. Okay, true, my aunt used to buy me some games from Kmart. Yeah, ditto. Even Montgomery Ward, yes, I remember Montgomery Ward is back as an online catalog, which is ironic since it started as a mail order catalog before becoming a department store. I was a teeny tiny Madamus when Montgomery Ward's closed in somewhere I was at, and I remember them still having a Laserdisc player, and if teeny tiny Madamus had the brain he has now, teeny tiny Madamus would have been begging his parents to get the Laserdisc player. Yeah, I know it's expensive. Get the Laserdisc player. I know we have DVD at home. Get the Laserdisc. Mom, Dad, just let hear me out. Laserdisc. Kmart got rid of video games, but not home video. Yeah, they did. Yeah, that's true. They did keep. Yeah, they kept the DVDs, which was consistent and brain dead. Yeah. My mom also went to Kmart to get my cousins and me and my cousin's gift. Nice. I remember Tickle Me Elmo. Yeah, I didn't get why that was so popular. I didn't get it either. I mean, that's before we even had meme culture, isn't it, really? I mean, I would have thought that's one of those toys you would have expected would have gone over for the meme. I miss Game Crazy. That sounds familiar. They had a lot of good deals. Game Crazy sounds really familiar. And you could play them in store before buying them. Okay. And the trade-ins weren't bad with constant pre-owned game sales too. Nice. Yeah, the Kmart electronics section is a mess ever since they got rid of their video games department. Yeah. Remember when they used to sell Pikmin with seeds for the plant that Pikmin are based on? No, I did not know that. But that is awesome. Same here. My Kmart used to have GameCube kiosks. I want to say mine did too. And whatnot. It's sad how video game displays at retail stores have decayed. Yeah, they're not the same. I know Walmart still has some, but it feels weird. That's a blast from the past. Yeah. OMG, I miss Game Crazy so much. Got my Platinum Edition GameCube, nice, with Sonic Adventure 2. Ooh, and a $100 bundle there decades ago. They had amazing Nintendo game section. Hollywood Video owned Game Crazy. Did not know that, Daylin. Nice. Okay. Still remember going to the last Game Crazy in the town near me, getting Chibi Robo 1 and Metroid Prime Trilogy during their liquidation sale. Oh, wow. I have both still. They're still going up in value, so I'm glad people value the classics. Yeah, you know, it's great, and it's also sad. I love that people are valuing them, but I do hate the fact that it seems the prices of so many of these things have skyrocketed beyond what the value actually is. When you look at like NES games that you used to be able to get for $5 used, $10 used, and now they're, you know, 50, 60, 70, 80. It feels like the retro game market is really, really screwed up, and I blame all this WATA stuff with everyone getting stuff graded. That plus the COVID thing, that drove it when everyone was staying at home and everyone wanted to relive their childhood. So many factors. So many factors, and they all suck. Oh, so many messages. Okay, let me back this up again, because it jumped again. 5-day, man, so many. Okay, let me go. Okay, okay. Wow, I've missed so many. I got speed run these. Okay, I bought Super Smash Brothers Brawl from a closing Hollywood video store location that was near where I used to reside. Walmart functions as a supermarket. Grocery store is why. And Kmart tried it, but then they didn't see it through, Cabbases. I remember there were Super Kmarts and Big Ks or something like that. Hollywood Video died before Blockbuster and kind of signaled the start of the streaming wars. Since my folks and I, in my opinion, thought they were better than Blockbuster. The stream. Oh, Hollywood. Gotcha. Okay. Walmart is just convenient. Yeah, convenience is a big thing. And I think the old the 24 hours Walmart used to have when life was golden, I think that contributed to it too. I think if Kmart would have been 24 hours like Walmart, maybe they could have. Maybe that would have helped. Maybe. As long as Walmart maintains the perception that they sell stuff cheaper than everyone else, which they don't, they will succeed. Yep, which isn't entirely true, but that's the narrative. Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth? In fact, I'm going to say a complaint of mine, and it's not a political comment or anything like that, but Walmart, once I finish speed running through the chat. 5-day rental instead of 3-day rental. Great PS2 rental section. Exclusive snacks at Popcorn Brands. Nice Hollywood Video had it all. I miss the days of video rentals like that. True Seraphis. Yeah. I remember Tickle Me Elmo. I didn't get why that was so popular. And Cabbage Patch Kids. I don't get the Cabbage Patch Kids craze. Cabbage Patch Kids, by the way, were by Coleco. In case anyone was wondering, Coleco's claim to fame, Cabbage Patch Kids and the ColecoVision, which was a video game console. For those who didn't know, it competed with Atari, and it was superior to the 2600, greatly superior to the 2600. Laserdisc player, damn, I want a laser active. Yeah, mine aren't. I've got Laserdisc players. They're both dead. I'd love to get my favorite one fixed. It does not support laser active, though. I just want it so I can watch a few things. I've got some laser discs that you can't get on DVD or Blu-ray that I'd really like to watch off of it. A version of It's a Mad World that isn't on DVD. Seraph is very true, especially now Walmart Plus has basically turned them into an Amazon warehouse that you can walk around in. I can't even use Walmart.com. I'm banned from Walmart.com, for those of you who don't know. They cited excessive returns, and unlike Amazon, there was no pathway to appeal the thing. At least they have exclusive vinyl records and game bundles sometimes. Oh, Walmart? Gotcha. My goodness, haven't heard Game Crazy in so long. Yeah, neither have I. True, I remember when game demo stations were a thing, and then the eShop killed off the last of them. There's so few of them. And some of those things, I know they sell at the old people who rescued them. I know they could sell for a pretty penny. I used to rent games from Game Crazy. I never did. I remember the store, though. I went in there. I want to say I bought a few things a couple of times. Only demo kiosks still left our Switch 2 kiosks at Target and Best Buy. I know my Walmart still has something, but I've never looked at it. I don't know if it's PlayStation or Nintendo. Best Buy, and they usually don't have playable demos or only game trailers. So that sucks. What's the point? There was a recent video on YouTube where someone in Sweden restored an Atari 2600 kiosk. Awesome video. Ooh, I'll have to look that up later, Cabbases. That sounds interesting. The Atari I remember had Pong. Welcome in, Dawn Seeker. Welcome in. Hope you are having a good night. Hope you had a good Christmas, assuming you celebrate. I hear from the home arcade scene about mythical demo displays of arcade one-ups. I've never actually seen one. My Walmart used to have some, but those things broke so easily they didn't last. Actually, actually what they had is they had some of them, they had them set up for a display, but then they had like a plexiglass cover over the joystick and the buttons, so you couldn't actually play them, so it just was running the demo screen. PS5 doesn't have playable demo stations. Okay, Microsoft gave up on consoles when the 1K Xbox ROG Ally was a bust. Yeah, I know our friend Lawnmower Girls talked a bunch about Microsoft and whatnot, how they're just getting into more of the game licensing stuff. Then they then declared that anything that can run Game Pass Ultimate is an Xbox. Yeah, that's what she'd been yeah. I remember Montgomery Wards too. I used to shop there a lot. My gramps found a damaged scanner radio in the desert that included AM FM radio that was Montgomery Wards branded, and I jumped again. And I jumped again on me. Oh my gosh. Too much. I'm gonna have to read these on the other page because my thing keeps jumping on me. Let me read it over here. Okay. Do you remember? Let me back this up. Man, there's so much. So much chat. Brandon, he fixed and used it. Nice. Wada is scum. Yeah. Yes. Plastic slabs are not media preservation. Plastic slabs, like, are you talking about the way Wada does things, locking it up? Yeah, if that's what you mean, yeah. It's just collectors who want something. I mean, it's like artwork that they lock up. Yeah, sure, Phil, a game subscription service costs $360 a year and switches out games on a weekly basis before people can even finish them. Totally makes my iPhone and Xbox, yeah. Always need more messages. Let's make it so you never catch up. That way I feel like I missed out on important information. I wouldn't be surprised if Satya killed off Xbox next year to dump more money into Copilot and the AI slot bubble. Wouldn't doubt it. I'm curious, in your opinion, is DVD Blu-rays as not cool to get? I love DVDs. I love Blu-rays. I love Blu-ray. I mean, I shop Blu-ray all the time. Blu-ray's my bread and butter at the moment. It's just there's something about Laserdisc and they're harder to... There's a collectability about Laserdisc that feels different on DVD and Laserdisc. I don't know what I mean on DVD and Blu-ray. I don't know what it is. Plus the audio on Laserdisc, you're never going to convince me that it isn't superior. You know, throw your Dolby Atmos at me all you want. I don't care, bruh. Ironically, now no stores 24 hours anymore. Yeah, and it sucks. It really sucks for people who work overnight. I used to go to Walmart because I worked late hours. Whenever you update your intro, it has to include allusions to how much you are not a political streamer, but I forgot why I was... Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know it, Twin Opinion. We're going to have that on merch at some point. I wonder, are there any current game stores that do rentals? I don't know of any. Been a long time since I had to rent a game. I don't know of anything. I don't know of anything, really. I'm surprised companies like, not Steam, but I'm surprised companies online haven't come up with a way to somehow do that through Steam with like a game rental. It seems like there could be a way to do it. I don't know. I have it in television. Nice. And when we talk about the 7800, I'm going to mention Intellivision because I know Atari has put out like their own Intellivision flashback thing. I think it's called the Intellivision Sprint, and it's just a thing with a bunch of built-in games. But I keep wondering if they're not going to put out an adapter or something to use Intellivision games on the 2600. Because I know some of the consoles like Coleco had an adapter to use 2600 cartridges on it, which I'm sure Atari loved. But I wonder if they're not going to put out something to play Intellivision cartridges on their 2600 and 7800 plus systems. Yes, there are two of them, but they're both the same. Different, they just look different. I know Redbox used to allow you to rent games from one of their boxes, which I found to be awesome. Yeah, and Redbox are gone now. They pulled them out of every place that I know of. That was a sad day. My family still did rent DVDs. Honestly, I'll be honest. At the risk of getting myself in trouble for piracy, what my family used to do is they would rent DVDs and they would rip them But what they would do is they would rip them just so that they could watch them later. Then once they watched them, they would delete the file. It's just that they'd rent them maybe at a time when they didn't have time to watch the thing, if that makes sense. Personally, I don't see that as piracy because it was always on the up and up. It was all, I mean, you could take our word for it, but yeah. For real, the American Girl dolls of the 80s are owned by the same people who made the Not in Television. I had no idea. Yeah. Cabbage Patch Dolls are Coleco. I promised myself, I love the name Coleco, I don't know why. Promised myself I'm not getting any laser discs until I get a laser active, even if I'm doomed to never get a laser active. Yeah, and I, like I said, my players are busted, so that's my problem right now. That was a convenience that blew my mind when I first saw it. Oh, the renting the games, yeah, I loved red boxes at first. What? I don't know. Yeah, the Cabbage Patch was. Yep. Cabbage Patch was Coleco. Wait, Walmart could do what? Okay. I saw Star Wars Collector's Edition Laserdisc. Nice. Yeah, I've got some of the Collector's Editions Laserdiscs of Star Wars. I've got a few different editions because that's what got me into Laserdisc, is I was trying to remaster the theatrical cuts of Star Wars for DVD. Like I did with Trancers. Walmart could do that. Walmart could do what? I don't know what they could do. Maybe this isn't in top chat. I don't know. Do you remember Teddy Ruxpin? Yes. No, I remember Teddy Ruxpin. I never had one, but I remember them. I always thought they were neat. Not a political streamer, but I voted for Pedro because he offers me his protection and makes all my dreams come true. Indeed, vote for Pedro, chat. What were you returning so much of? I would get, so here's the thing, Cabas, is a lot of times, there were a few things that happened. Number one is whenever I ordered DVDs, a lot of times I would order two in case one arrived damaged or with a loose disc. So then I would return the other one to the store. I always would return the stuff to the store. It wasn't like I was doing a bunch of making them pay for the return shipping or any of that crap. And then there was something I had, I think when it all happened, I had ordered some Retron 5s. And I had ordered, because they had marked them way down, I ordered several, and I was going to, I hate to say scalp a few, but I was going to hold on to them for selling on eBay. And I had ordered a total of 5, and 3 were damaged. And I returned those, and that's when they closed the account. And maybe it was because those were closer to $100. But that was when I was running my eBay store more. But no, it was DVDs. I would order things, and I do it with Target all the time. Target, I always order like 2 or 3, and then I return it to the store, and it's no problem. And Target won't close your accounts, apparently. But Walmart, the problem with Walmart, and I don't know what they do now, but a few years ago, chat, anything that you bought online at Walmart, they would, when you returned it, even if there was nothing wrong, they automatically would defect it out and send it to their defect surplus center to be sold at a discount in other countries. So if I were to buy a DVD, never open it, return it to the store, they would just automatically defect it out. That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. But then the problem is they start registering that as you returning things that are opened. Even when you were returning them unopened, it would count against you, apparently. So yeah, that's a big part of it. And also I got some damaged furniture. I had ordered some furniture, and a couple tables, and they arrived, busted up in shipping. So I returned those, and yeah. I never knew it was a problem if I was returning the stuff to the store. And especially when it was stuff that was damaged, because I would order steel books, and the UPS or FedEx driver would do a dance on top of it. So I had a bent up metal plate instead of a steelbook DVD. Okay, what were you trying? Always the butt. With the political, yeah. Sam Walton must be rolling over his grave fast enough to power a generator. For that case, I can't believe you can get banned from Walmart for returning defective things and non-defective things that were just unopened. Even I would be, like I said, I'd be returning things that there was nothing wrong with them. If you changed your mind, order something, change your mind, return it to the store, and they would automatically defect it out. It's so stupid. World under Pedro, we require. Yes, I know they lost it when people started returning bricked Switch 2s, but that's a bit excessive. This was a lot long before that, Alex. This was about 5 years ago or more. So this is before Switch 2 was a thing. I love kiosk restoration videos. I need to watch those. This jumped on me. Man, I'm never going to get to open this thing. I'm never going to get to open this thing. The unboxing's going to be next week. It's going to be next week. Where am I? Got to go back up because it all jumped. Oh my gosh. Okay, there it is. Kia. Of course, arcade 1-ups broke easily. Yeah, I guess the later ones were better, but the early ones especially. Oh yeah, since we were going on technology, did you see some Chinese bros going to start to make their own RAM? Really? Since they have the printed materials, all they need is the memory chips. Interesting. It could end up becoming a profitable business and possible solution for current RAM scarcity. Unless I just hope the RAM doesn't turn out to be junk, like so much AliExpress things, you know. Well, someone said Game Crazy, another person said Kmart, so obviously that awakened some dormant memories in chat. Indeed. Not LOLing about the RAM, rather screen to catch up. Yeah, got to insert RAM into Madamus so you can read faster. My aunt had that one. Back what we're talking about. Back to what we're talking about. Oh, the Atari. The Atari 7800 or the 2600. Well, nice. Well, regardless which one, nice Laserdisc audio is literally CDDA. Can't be topped. Yeah. And not only that, there's very little remixing done. So 9 times out of 10, the audio you get on a Laserdisc, even if it's not a surround track, as far as basic stereo and mono, it is 1-for-1 to the theatrical film master. Pure. Hey, Luciano, lack of 24-hour stores is sad. Yes, it is. Sounds accurate. And Adamus needs 5 or 22,000 gigabit to catch up. That might happen. Maybe I'll get more. I might get faster internet with the connection I know on my the new motherboard I'm picking up. The Atari I had, basically I plug with the joystick and no game cartridges. All the games were stored in the console itself. The games were pretty basic though. Yeah, that would be like one of the 2600 flashback systems. Gotcha. Yeah, the flashback systems have the built-in. What we're doing tonight ain't the flashback. This is the reissue of the regular cartridge-based consoles. Was it the Jack-specific Atari plug and play? I think several companies released them. I think At Games had them at the end. Because there was the 7800 one. Yeah, I think you're right that was Jack-specific. There was a 7800 flashback. Well, there was an Atari flashback based around the 7800, and then they changed them to all be based around the 2600 for whatever reason. Rest in peace. I'm never gonna get caught up. Redbox. You know what? I need to take my own advice. I give other streamers. I tell other streamers, hey, you are not obligated to read every chat message. If you need to skip ahead, and I never do it. I honestly can't believe Chicken Soup for the Soul was a thing until then. I managed to get the 2 Sonic movies at Redbox before they dropped out of my local store. Nice. I still haven't seen the Sonic movies. It's morally acceptable to pirate stuff, especially if you don't want no on purchase anyway. I still don't like to. For me, I understand the argument against for abandonware and stuff. I understand the argument for it, so I don't go against people who feel that way. But for me personally, I like to have it. And if I can't get it, usually I'll live without, unless it's something that never was released, like a Song of the South. Yeah, I got my, fan-made Blu-rays of Song of the South because it ain't available ever. Outside of some VHSs in the UK. Nintendo 3DS and PS Vita games come to mind. Gotcha, yeah, because the digital, no, I get that. Or was it 2000 megabit? But I don't know. Kappa says no, look at pictures. It was Jack specific. Okay, hey Judd, Atari Flashback 2 then. Yeah, Flashbacks 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, they all looked like the wood grain unit. Got distracted. Hey, indeed. Have you heard about our special viewer? No, I'm not reading that back library bot. I mean, if they were legit damaged, that was their fault. No, yeah, the damaged, yeah. the damaged and it still counted against me, but then the also changed your mind stuff. It shouldn't be a problem if you're returning it to the store. And the big problem also, let me just add something to this. Usually with Amazon, if you are doing excessive returns, Amazon gives you a warning. They give you a warning saying, hey, we're going to be monitoring you because you're doing a bunch of returns. Walmart, there was no warning. It just came out of nowhere. No warning, no appeal. I would like your defective items, oh dear. Sounds like an awesome way to save money. Yeah, no kidding. Well, they ship them off to apparently to Mexico, I was reading online. Mexico and some other countries, they do like have discount centers for Walmart where they ship returns, which wouldn't be defective. In my case, they just called them defective. Actually, it might be Jack's Plug and Play I had. It's the one with the rectangular shaped. Gotcha. Okay, rectangular shape. And I recall Jack's a few models. Return joystick shape and a paddle model. This is awesome. People will never catch up with the backlog. I'm almost there. I had to order a second Vacuum for Blood steelbook for Best Buy a few years ago. When I ordered it, got lost in the mail after the replacement showed up, missing what popped up in the mail. Plus, I do go through a lot of replacements for scratch discs. Little Madamus doesn't tolerate scratch DVDs or Blu-rays, and thankfully Amazon doesn't give me fit on that. Balls of no! I gotta go all the way back up here. Oh yeah, I never asked. What is the new MOBO you got? Maybe I did. But I just want to consume your brain. So you read more. You didn't ask. I'll pull it up in a bit. I'll pull it up a little bit later. It's perfect time to skip ahead. Just return back to the things and stuff that's funny or don't take it the easy way. Yeah. Basically, mine was a small compact joystick with the joystick built into it. Okay, the ones with the built-in joystick got very convenient. It didn't take up too much space. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, the joystick built-in ones. I remember those. Madamus being a textbook, do as I say, now I do here. Yeah, 100. True physical game will last longer than digital ROM on average. That's so many physical cartridges and discs go for thousands online. Point where some of them are unaffordable. Yeah, and just the general collectability of it. Yeah, Jack specific plug and plays were basically an entire set of plug into the joystick. Yeah, I've got one of the paddle ones of theirs. Perfect example of it. Yeah, kind of like the Sega Genesis version of Tetris that never released publicly. Now goes 2K for a single. Well, it's cartridge. Yeah. And that goes back to the Atari Nintendo feud because Atari thought they owned Tetris, and Nintendo swooped in there and kind of screwed them, and thus was born the Tengen Tetris and everything on NES. The two versions on NES, with the Tengen one being much more interesting. I gotta put all my digital on physical media to make it make it last long. I never know when these companies want to pull out the "you're only renting it" card. Yeah. With my Steam stuff and everything, I'll make sure I get everything backed up properly. If buying isn't owning and pirating isn't stealing, true. Fair enough. Genesis or Tetris is a bit of an extreme example, considering there's only 4 of them precisely not supposed to exist. Yeah, but in general, like things that should be cheap on NES, like Contra should be cheap on NES. Contra is one of the most common games there is, and yet, Madamus of the Back Library of Comments. Ain't that the truth? Madamus of the Backlog Text Edition. Unlimited text, not enough time. Tetris for Genesis. Tetris, okay, see history, doesn't it? Tetris has an insane history in regards to Jack Plug and Play separately, including Ms. Pac-Man and Mortal Kombat. I do have the Mortal Kombat one. I wish I had the packaging for it. Mortal Kombat with loading times mid-match is funny. It's an interesting version, though, isn't it? If I could give a hot take, Tengen Tetris is overrated. I agree with, okay, Cabas's, I agree that's overrated, but I do think it's a more interesting version than the one Nintendo produced. The Nintendo produced one I think looks better, and I think it's got better music, but the Tengen one has more game functions with your 2-player modes, which I do like, even if I don't have a second person to play it with because I'm a lonely individual. I like that about it. I like having the 2-player arcade modes. And I think Nintendo really dropped the ball by not having that. Breathe and hydrate, Madamus. I did it. Stream ended. No. Oh, hydration break. Man, my throat is so effing. Just marry me and you won't be lonely. Hydrate or dihydrate, y'all. 7800 Pro system got delayed because, first of all, it used the same sound chip as, well, first of all, it got delayed because the video game crash of 1983 was a big problem with. Your throat is always hurting. Yes, it is, Andrew Williams. Welcome in, welcome in. Izakai Truck. I guess I should say Izakai Truck. I recognize the I now. Izakai Truck. He read a novel's worth of comments, and it was great to see. So the Atari 7800 Pro system happened at a time after Atari had already been bought and sold again. Like it says here in the Wikipedia, it was shelved in 1986 until 1986 due to the sale of the company. It was actually, it was announced in 84. It was ready to go. The hardware is arguably better in some ways and arguably some ways worse than the NES. It could do some things better. It could not do other things. And one of the hiccups with it was the sound chip it used was the same sound chip, just with some upgrades of the Atari 2600 sound chip. Bad move. One good thing about the 7800 is it's backwards compatible with the original 2600 games. So Atari was smart, something that Nintendo would have done well to do with the Super Nintendo to have beaten. If you want something that would have, I think, made it easier for Nintendo to top Sega during the 16-bit part of the console wars, if they would have made the Super Nintendo backwards compatible. 7800 was backwards compatible. Let me read. Two-player mode isn't even proper versus mode, though. We didn't get real versus Tetris until Battle Guide. Fair enough. Fair enough. But I do like having and I do like there is a cooperative mode that I thought was neat. I like that cooperative mode. Welcome back, Judd. Madamus doesn't have to be lonely. Farmers only did no farmers only. So yeah, so it was a big improvement, but it also had issues. Now, one thing Atari did, they did introduce. They did the Nintendo thing. So they started requiring a license to produce games on it to prevent another market crash. They weren't going to prevent anything because at this point people weren't buying them. I hate to say it, but thank you, Izakai Truck. My brain's still gonna mess up at first. Single Madamus in your area, click stream. There, I changed the actual profile pic to make it easier. Probably won't take effect. No, it's there. I see it. I see it, Izakai Truck. At least on my end, I see it. Get single, no! So Atari, this came out in 86. They were trying to compete with the Nintendo Entertainment System, which was on its way at that point. But they did make some mistakes. And one of the mistakes has to do with what you can kind of see here with the controller. In the UK, this was the controller of the Atari 7800. You could say it looks clunky, but it was a gamepad. In the US, they insisted on sticking with a joystick. 2-button joystick, but still with a joystick. The market was ready for something other than a joystick. Let me see. There was a point where the SNES was meant to be backwards compatible. It was dropped for some reason. Some NES to SNES ports have very similar code because of that. Really interesting. I did not know that. I think that was a mistake on Nintendo's part. I could think of several streamers that would have suddenly packed streams if they had single streamer in your area stream. I might use that at some point. Daylin Omegs, I might use that. Maybe we'll even use that when I do the BDSM test for the 6969 unfortunate promise. I must say the evolution of the controller has been quite satisfying to see. Yeah, isn't it? We're getting close to some incredible iterations of it. Yeah. Wait, what the heck? This is the Atari 7800, the original version. This is the Pro system as it was released. Now, it was big. It is a big console. I mean, a joystick could have been good, but side buttons, yeah, And I do think the market was moving canvases toward the idea. The thumb pad really was a big innovation when you think about it. Not to say both shouldn't have been available, but one of the problems, chat, is in the US, this was all you could get. In the UK, you could buy the joystick, or you could get it with the gamepad that came with it. In the US, you could not get the gamepad. You had to import it. And I mean, this is the days before the internet. Do you think most people, most gamers, most kids with their Atari knew that there was another controller overseas that they could import? Of course not. So that was a big mistake, I think, for Atari. You could also see the difference in the motifs here. The 7800 Plus looks more like the European edition, and it doesn't say Pro System, which makes me sad. Back up a little bit. Very nice. Yeah, Madamus, I don't know if you do a lot of import gaming, but Wrecking Crew 9, I've never played. No, 98's NES game mode is a good showcase of that. I'll have to look into that. I've got the original Wrecking Crew. I'll have to go look into that. That makes me sad that Wrecking Crew 98 wasn't released in the US to begin with. There are so many good games we didn't get. Paddle control with joystick, wheel and side button, best 2600 controller ever. You mentioned that one before. That actually sounds pretty interesting. Did Nintendo have some legal monopoly over the D-pad at that point? No, because Sega was doing it too. The Master System had a D-pad. Atari just was convinced. One of Atari's big problems, in my opinion, has been they like to replay their greatest hits. So you look at the Atari 2600 and what are your signature games? Asteroids and Centipede and Joust, Birdass. Then you look at the 5200, what are your signature games? Asteroids and Centipede and Joust. Then you look at the 7800, what are some of your signature games? Joust and Centipede and Asteroids again. You look at the Atari XEGS, what are your signature games? Oh look, it's Centipede and Joust and Asteroids again. That I think the joystick, Atari could not move, and they still have a problem. I love that they're releasing so much stuff of their past now. Now is the time when they're digging into their past that they should be. But if you go into the past, where they just were living off of past laurels, their mentality seemed to be, you know, what's wrong with a joystick? Everyone loves the joystick. We were a success with the joystick with the Atari 2600. They couldn't move on, is my opinion. Now, I love Atari. Let me make that 1000% clear. It's because they know if a streamer plays on a pro system, it will make a liar out of the streamer. Yes! It'll show that they're not a pro. It'll show they're not a pro gamer. Don't give Nintendo any ideas about copyright on the D-pad. Yeah. And Pac-Man. Now, the 7800 did not. It does now with the Plus, but it did not have Pac-Man. It has Miss Pac-Man, which I don't have, but I've got on the way. And we'll talk a bit about that. For whatever reason, it didn't have Ms. Pac-Man, but you're right on Pac-Man, because that was on all the other ones, the 26, the 52, and 26 of 52 it fit. And the XEGS, which is just repackaging of so much 5200 stuff. Nintendo is starting to repeat Atari's mistakes, Zelda and Mario. Yeah, but the one good thing, Dawn Seeker, is at least with those, they're able to give them, because they're not a really simplistic game, they're able to give them new stories. They can be the same but different. But when you're talking about, let's just use Centipede as an example. What else can you do here? It's always going to be shooting at the Centipede. At least with Mario and everything else, you can have new stories, Zelda new stories, redesigning of the dungeon, new worlds. There's more opportunity there. But I see what you mean. I understand. I'm not disagreeing, but I'm saying it was worse for Atari, because when they were going through their greatest hits, the games were much more limited. Oh, Megs, don't panic. Oh, we're never gonna get through this. Let me back up. Don't panic. The court sided against them on those patents targeting Pal World. Yeah, I saw that they had sided a bit against them. That makes me happy. Let's let more of that happen. Those controllers weren't clock latch digital like the NES. No. They were weird analog ones with potentiometers, and the directions were determined by how fast the capacitor linked to it changed. I don't know if that's... I know that that's the case with the 5200. I haven't read if that's the case with the 7800. I don't know for sure. But if it is, okay, that's interesting. Yeah, because, what kind of popular game would ever be named Missile Command? I mean, yeah, but there's some things you can't build much of a story into, you know? The movie Pixels sort of proves that. I love Pixels for what it is. Well, Atari, switched, hands multiple times. Yeah, first they were Nolan Bushnell Company in the 70s, and they were, corporation in the 80s. Yeah, after the crash they were Trammell Industries. Is that who it was? Okay. Then they were Hasbro. Now that I do remember, Hasbro, and then Infogrames, and finally Infogrames bankrupted. Oh, okay. I didn't know they bankrupted in the 2010s and restructured Atari SE, which is today. And I feel they're making good moves today. I like what Atari does now. I like what they're doing. So 5 different companies have been called Atari and currently on the 5th life. Yeah. Hasbro Interactive, I remember those days. If anything, Zelda barely resembles what it used to be. Yeah, true. Zelda's been through a lot of changes most recently. Most recently, especially. Oh, yeah, that was the 5200. Yeah, I sincerely hope Nintendo loses the lawsuit to PAL. I don't think PAL World will settle. I don't think PAL World will at this point. And I don't think Nintendo will let them. I don't think Nintendo will let them. That's my guess. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm reading up enough. Nintendo did win a lawsuit against people remaking the Nintendo Wii controller. Really? Well, I guess you can do a design. For a specific design, I can see that. It sucks, though. I love Missile Command. Yeah, there is. I don't think there's a 7800 version of it, amazingly. No one even has a Nintendo Wii. Why do they care? Why does Nintendo do anything they do, Omegs? Atari needs its own Isekai anime? I would watch that. But yeah, and one thing I'm going to mention before we, as we get into this, one thing that needs to be mentioned. So the new one, the Plus that we're going to be messing with, these are the controllers for it. For whatever reason, Atari isn't even selling these ones, replicas of them on their site. I'm disappointed by that because I would like to have one of each for me. They do sell an Atari 2600 Plus, which has replicas of the 2600 controller. And that's where we get into the whole Plus thing. Before we open this, let me open this up and show you. So this right here, the Atari 2600 Plus on the left versus this, the 7800 Plus on the right. Outside of the gamepad and the pack-in game, they are the same system. The 2600 Plus is just modeled after the Atari 2600, and it is compatible with both 2600 and 7800 games. The 7800 Plus is just the same thing, but packaged to look more like a 7800. It plays 78 and 2600 games, which it originally did. The actual 7800, like I mentioned, was backwards compatible. The 2600 was not forward compatible. Let me back up. Atari needs its own, Madamus. I like what Atari does now, except Buzzme. Okay, Cabuses, to be fair, I can respect them doing the Bubsy thing because there is an audience for it. I don't understand that audience. If anyone here is part of the Bubsy audience, you're still welcome in my channel. Everyone makes mistakes. But I can't fault them for it because it is marketable. They are making money off of it. Don't forget Sega had an anime. Yeah, about girls that were their console systems, and they got games based on it too. I think I've got some of the games. A couple of them that I picked up in a bundle, for example, Saturn and Dreamcast. Yeah, yep. I need to see this, Daylin. Yeah, I've got a couple of the games. Dalen, technically two. Neptunia and Sega Hard Gals. That's what it was. Sega Hard Gals. Two separate things. And yeah, I know Neptunia. I've never watched Neptunia. Omegs, I do have a Wii. It sits under my TV. I just haven't turned it on in about 15 years. Oof. Oof. I find it hilarious how Atari was actually featured in the Hyperdimension anime. Are they? I did not know that. Nice. That makes me happy. I love Atari. I really do. I'd forgotten how much I'd forgotten how much this all has reminded me. In fact, this past year has really reminded me how much I should have loved Atari more. I wasn't referring to Neptunia, but I forgot about that. Okay, so Sega Hard Gals then. Okay. Bubsy fans, rise up. Welcome in, Throne Block. Welcome in, if I didn't already say hello. Yep, they are a villain. Well, you know, someone's got to stand up to that blast processing. Someone's got to stand up to the blast processing. But yeah, so there you go, chat. There are two different versions of this. They're basically just different packaging. Now, the one good thing about the 2600 Plus over this is the cartridge it includes is this 10 games in one cartridge. You cannot purchase it individually, as far as I could tell. Whereas the 7800 Plus, the one we're going to be opening, it includes, if it opens, it includes this, Bentley Bears Crystal Quest. You can purchase that individually. Hot take. I like Bubsy, and I even find the fan theory that he's dating Gex amusing. Okay, I find that amusing. Yes, really, the internet thinks that Gex and Bubsy are a couple thanks to some old memes from the 2010s. Yo. Wow. Fun fact, did you know Nintendo, the first name of the GameCube was the Dolphin? Yes, yeah, I did know that. Yeah, and that's why it's weird that the name Dolphin doesn't really fit Nintendo, so I'm glad they didn't go with that. Although the name of the emulator that people use for the GameCube is called Dolphin 2, based on that. But yeah, I did know that. I'm glad they never went with it. Crystal Castles the game got a sequel. That's amazing. Yeah, and we're going to try it tonight if we ever unbox the thing. Less said about the band Crystal Castles, the better. I'm not familiar with the band. I almost picked up Crystal Castles on 2600 too. So before we open this, I'm going to say one of the good things about this is Atari is themselves selling a lot of cartridges, both 2600 and 7800. I have ordered some additional cartridges, chat, that have not showed up yet. Some are from here, from Atari, and some are from eBay. I've ordered brand new. I've been ordering new on Atari. Now, the bad thing, here's where my complaint arises with Atari. In my opinion, so far, the stuff that's being released, there's nothing against the homebrew community, but it feels like there's not enough reissues of previously released games compared to a bunch of official releases of homebrew games. I like seeing the homebrew stuff getting an official release, but I would like to see a lot of the old stuff getting reissued, stuff that you can't find. There are some games on this thing, and I'm going to go ahead and switch over to the hand cam chat. Yeah, how dare they not reissue E.T.? Actually, well, one that surprises me, Cabas, is I'll mention it real quick, and I don't have it. I've ordered the original. We'll be opening it. Asteroids. The one that they're selling is this Asteroids Deluxe, which is a homebrew version of Asteroids. Designed to look more like the original arcade game. No Custer's Revenge. And right there, programmed by Robert Dickren, a talented member of Atari's homebrew community. The original actual 7800 version of Asteroids, they have not released. And it's one of the things that I hunted down myself because of that. So therein lies my little complaint. They've done reissues of a few things, like Food Fight and Fatal Run and Ninja Golf, and Xevious Dark Chambers, but not enough original stuff I think is getting reissued. I would love to see, there are Atari 7800 plus or 7800 versions, chat, of Ikari Warriors, Commando, Kung Fu Master, to name a few. I would love to see those given an official reissue. I'd love to play those on stream. I've looked at them on eBay, and they set me back too much to justify his first stream. They set you back too much to justify even for a donathon. I couldn't even in good conscience say, hey, because I mean, you're looking at, like, for a new one's like $300. That's insane to me. I'm sorry. No offense to if you can get that value, but that's insane to me. I'd buy Custer's Revenge. If I ever saw Custer's Revenge at a Goodwill store or in a garage sale, I would buy that in a heartbeat, and I would resell that in a heartbeat because I know that I'd make money. Let's head to the hand cam, shall we, chat? We were supposed to be opening this thing, weren't we? Door transition. And let me get the gloves on, the glovey gloves. I also have some Windex and paper towel. The reason why is some of this is already torn open a bit, and I'm kind of a nutter about people having touched stuff. I'm weird like that. So I will be wiping some of these things off if they've been already torn open, just real quick. Sorry for being, OCD. Technically, Super Dimension Neptune versus Sega Hard Girls is a spin-off of Hyper Dimension Neptunia. Okay, one of the many spin-offs like Hyper Devotion Noir, which is a real-time strategy game. I know I've got a few of them, Dawn Seeker, but I've never really played them. I want to say I started playing one, and then I started watching the anime for Neptunia. And I never got further than, I think, the first episode. I'd like to give it another chance. Hydration break, chat. If you got a drink, take a drink, hydrate, or dehydrate. Why would people buy Custer's Revenge? What is wrong with chat? I would buy it just because it's rare. Daylin, my excuse is the scalper excuse. I would buy it just to resell it. The dub for the anime is gold. Is it? Bruh. Yeah, I know. Custer's Revenge is awful. It is awful. Historically notable, though. It's one of those rare... It's like, why would you buy some of the worst games ever on NES? Why do you climb a mountain? Because it's there. Have a drink. I have a drink. Mulled cider. Nice, nice. Enjoy. I'm going to be doing some more seltzer. Raspberry nectarine right now. And then I got a lime when that one runs out. Custer's Revenge, historically no. Yeah, in fact, I want to say Lawnmower Girl, and I mentioned, she brought up at one point on NES Bubble Bath Babes, because there are a few Shmentai-esque games on NES, and one of them's like a Tetris clone called Bubble Bath Babes. But they're so rare. Literally gives a new meaning to pixelated nudity, doesn't it, though? Doesn't it? Okay, so this is the 7800 plus. Now, one thing about the 7800 plus that I'm going to mention, which it even says, I don't know if it's focused. Let me make sure. I love that they do Atari Plus platform, like they're going to be doing new things for it. Backward compatible with the greatest decade ever. I mean, you could ask me why ET, and I'd give you the same answer. Okay, why ET? I'll ask you why. I know why. ET is historically significant, yeah. But they'd never clear the licensing. They'd never clear the licensing now. So yeah, it comes with the console. The CX78 wireless gamepad. I'm not a big fan of wireless. Japan would literally have to undo its own laws if the game got sold there. Most of the NES smut is stuck on Famicom disk system. Yeah, there's a few that made it to cartridge, unlicensed, obviously. ET7800, yeah, that didn't happen. There is a different ET game on the Atari XEGS, on the 800-400 series computer stuff. I think it's called ET Phone Home. Wireless at that time was so bad. Well, this is a modern one. Okay, so they said, let me tell you about the price of this. So this is a modern system. It is not fully compatible with every Atari 2600 game, and there is a list of, there is a website there for a compatibility list. Atari had some wild Star Wars games. Yeah, I'd like to find those new if I could, but they're pricey. And I'd love to get the 2600 Star Trek arcade too. So this is a modern system, Luciano. So the wireless controller is at least modern. I'm sure it works good. That said, I don't like wireless. I never have. But it's the system, that, the console, the game, and HDMI cable, as if I don't already have 1,000. You're probably thinking of their Star Wars arcade games, which are pretty legit. Yeah, they had, I want to say there are 4 Star Wars games that I know of on the 2600, which would fall into this category. Empire Strikes Back, where you're just shooting Imperial walkers in the snow. Star Wars, the arcade game. Return of the Jedi. Well, maybe there's, no, Return of the Jedi, where I think you're just fighting the Death Star. And Jedi, like a Jedi training arena, Star Wars Arena or something like that. Which I don't really know anything about much. Oh, I was about to say that you got a knockoff version because USB was invented back then. No. No, this is a modern thing. This is brand new. You can buy these on Amazon. On Atari.com, they're like $130. I got this thing Black Friday for $50, and I've seen it run that before on Amazon. So if you like what you see here tonight, chat, you could usually get $100 or less, and you'll be able to get 50 if you time it right, unless they stop making them. I only started getting into wireless controllers around 2020. Okay. It took me a long time to move away from wired controls. Yeah, I'm still just not comfortable. I probably would be okay with it. I don't want to do it ever with streaming because I'd be afraid of batteries running out or whatever. Cabba says, let me back this up. I said wild, not good, but yeah, the arcade ones rocked. Yeah. I'm curious, why don't I like wireless controllers? I don't like things that are battery powered, Judd. Generally, because batteries run out. I don't like things where I have to recharge them. I don't like things where I have to worry about the battery life itself eventually dying and maybe not being replaceable. And historically speaking, even though we've reached a point now where wireless and wired are pretty close to the same in terms of latency, wired is always going to be better latency as far as lag than something that's wireless. Maybe by only a millisecond, but yeah. Not that I play things that crazy, but yeah. Atari had an army tank game that had an officially modified edition for actual training soldiers how to use a real tank. Really? Well, that's kind of cool. I play my PS4 controller on PC with a wire. Nice. Yeah, I use wired on PC, but that's just also because I'm cheap. I use cheap. And wired controllers are usually cheaper. That's another reason, and I like it less expensive. Nowadays, wireless and wired connection have almost the same latency. Yeah. I know it's close, so yeah. Okay, makes sense. Depending on the wire you get, wireless nowadays has less latency. Really? Interesting. I don't doubt that, though. I don't doubt that, especially given my motherboard. It probably leads to latency. Mad Cat's wired. Controller will always be slower than cheap Bluetooth controllers. Gotcha, yeah. That, I wouldn't doubt that. I loved wired until I broke one of the USB ports on my desktop. That'll do it. It was called Combat. Was it the Combat one that had, because I know Battlezone was like first person. I thought Combat was more of a almost like Worms. Maybe I'm wrong. But in any case, and Combat is not included with this. It would be included with the 2600 plus model. Okay, now the original model of this was brushed metal. I got a feeling this is going to be a sticker. That was the main reason I didn't want to touch wireless, because of the latency. Yeah. Latency and the batteries, like I said, that worries me all the time. As a frame of reference, first good wireless controller was GameCube's Wavebird, which I hear about all the time. I've never owned it, but yeah, that should... That should say something about why many retro gamers don't enjoy wireless controllers. Many bad experiences. Yeah. Air Sea Combat Stream. When I don't have that one. I think that's correct. Gotcha. Okay. Let's go ahead. Let's remove the Shrinky Dink wrap. Finally opening it. Maybe. Okay. All right. I don't want to damage it in the process, so I am being a bit careful. Really? Really? Oh, okay. All right, fine. There we go. There we go. Nothing ruins a game more than latency issue. Yeah, ain't that the truth? Oh my gosh. And that was the big problem with the Robotron 5. I had some latency issues with it depending on the TV. That was one issue with the Robotron 5. Even though I use it still for a few things. So here we go. I had that one. Oh, Air Sea Combat. Nice, yeah. Is that? Okay, I gotta cut a thing. Alright, luckily, I came prepared. I might clean that off later, so it's not jagged. Might clean it off later. What about bots and toxicity issues? Okay, let's take a look inside. Here we go. Okay, come on. Come on. Slowly, slowly. Okay, well, I can tell you I'm going to have one complaint right now. Because of the size of this, the copy of the game is not going to be a box. Boom, down goes the resale value. Oh well. Because of the size of this box, I can tell the game is not a boxed copy. It's going to be a loose cartridge. I already thought that was the case. Let me tell you about that. In real time. Yes, the destroying value in real time. I had ordered a separate copy of the Bentley Bear Crystal Quest game so that I could put it on my... Madamus just lost his golden ticket. I ordered one for the shelf because I thought this wasn't coming with but a loose copy. The copy I got in the mail... Basically, I bought it from someone on eBay cheap, and they lied about the condition, and the box was all squished, so yeah, that ain't happening anymore. We'll just live with this like this. Okay, how do I get this out even? My God, how do I get this thing out? Without damaging this thing? Okay, so the game and everything is in a separate box here. Wow, okay, Atari. Alright, Atari does not... Why... Atari does not want me getting this out. Atari really did not want this to ever be opened. There we go. Why can't they have finger cutouts? Yeah, I know it. I know it. Why do you correct... crap, just got... that issue was fixed with the Atari 7900. You know, there was, and I don't know anything about it, there was an Atari 2700, and I don't know what the difference is. Atari should make an Atari 6.7 and cash in on the fat. Honestly, they should. I would never buy another Atari product, but I wish they would just so that they'd make a bunch of money. Yeah, I don't know why we can't have that. I absolutely hate when everything is flushed. Yep. And you have to fight to get things out. Yeah. Okay, so, yep. And then I'm going to have to deal with this too, and I don't want to damage this box either. Okay, thank goodness. Alright. Before we do the console, let me get whatever's in the box out. Okay. Yeah. So they don't give you a box copy of the game. It's in this neat little sleeve. That's kind of nifty. Is that label? No. So there you go. There's an Atari 7800 cartridge for you. The boss wanted to be the first boss. Yeah, 2700 was one they tried with the wireless. Is it interesting? Probably a 2600 plus and 7800 plus double console box. 2600 has Yeah, 7, nice. Sis instead of sib. I don't know what that means. Complete in yeah, complete in what does the S mean? Complete in sleeve. Gotcha. Yeah. So, oh, that sleeve takes me back to the days of VHS. Wait, the box sticker is back. Oh, that's because this is the way the cartridges actually go in. They're like Sega Genesis. So the cartridges actually look like this. So they're meant to be upside down. I think if it's actually backwards, Madamus is going to be this unboxing. It's going to be going back to the Amazon for a replacement. Cab, I went further back to beta. Complete in sleever. All right. Let me put this back. Maybe. Okay. I'll leave it out though. Yeah, I hope not. We'll find out because we've got some other games to open. Okay, there's the wireless gamepad. I'm going to leave it there for a moment. Okay, HDMI cable. Yippee. USB-C cable. A USB to USB-C cable. I don't know if this is for the controller or the power. And another USB to USB-C cable, which I don't know if that's for the power. I guess it... Okay, I've got a complaint now. They don't provide you an actual power brick. The actual brick to connect the USB cable to. Now, the good news is I do have an extra right now. Just lying around. But that is a complaint and a half. The fact that they don't give you the power for it, that's Atari, I love you. That's really lame. 7800 had an HDMI cable. It was really ahead of its time. No, it's just a 7800. I mean, you know that. Madamus opens Atari box, gets isekai'd by teleportation to the days of the first consoles and arcade machines. I would hate that, actually. Well, no, I'd love it. And you know why, Daylin? Because I would make so much money. I would know the future. I'd know what stocks to buy. I'd know what to invest in. And maybe I'd be able to, who knows, maybe I could right the wrongs. We would change the future, y'all. Hydration again. If you gotta drink, take a drink. Hydrate or dihydrate. Okay, but there's your basic innards. And let me get the console. It's... Son of a... Really, Atari? Atari doing... Oh, I can lift this out. You can lift the tray out. Okay. So at least I can dump it into my hand. I don't like that. As much as I like this thing, that's something... Oh my gosh, I'm going to drop the whole thing and break it in the process of this. So they gave you a plastic cover to put on the top. It would become the first vtuber. Oh man, I should be thinking like that. Well, that console does look like its 80s counterpart. It's nuts that this came out of the same generation as, PS5, Xbox ROG Ally. Yeah, it is. Ooh, okay. All right, I'm already changing my tune on something. I'm happy right now. Oh, and there's the manual for Crystal Quest. I would have liked a box, and there's a manual for the console underneath. Okay. Is this? Yeah, okay. I'm happy about something. I thought, chat, that this was going to be a sticker. This is brushed metal. This is actual brushed metal. It is not a sticker. So that's awesome. I like that. That has me happy. The manual is too big for the sleeve, isn't it? Yeah. It would have been nice if they would have done a different size manual for this, maybe. Had a little sleeved size if that's what they were going to do. Let me back this up. Along with several USB-C cords and a power adapter. Wait. What? Oh, it would make sure, I'd make sure, yeah, to take lottery number archives, yeah, with me on paper and on mobile phone. Yeah, at least for one, just one lottery, one good lottery. I wouldn't want to go the full Biff Tannen route. Place just a couple bets, along with several USB-C cord. Yeah, power adapters, yeah. When boxes get stuck like that, I heard picking it up and slamming it works to get out. Ain't it gonna happen? And sports information, yep. Manual's too big. Gray's Sports Almanac, Atari not cheapening out on something that's shocking. Yeah. And I'm going to tell you right now, the build quality on this chat, it feels good. This doesn't feel like a flashback system. Power. Okay. Okay. The power button does feel different. Probably because this is powered with a rock chip. It's not original. It's not even an FPGA. Okay, and that's interesting too. It's got these down here. I'd say that's for wrapping your cord around. I like that. You can't see it too well, but there's a 16.9 and a 4.3 switch. We're not playing things stretched. We'll switch it over to 4.3. The way God intended. Let me just stick these cables in here for now. I'm gonna leave Bentley Bear sitting out because we will be playing that eventually once we get to some gameplay at some point. I'm going to sit this. Where can I put this thing? That's probably a bad idea what I'm doing there. That's a bad idea. All right, let me just move it over here. Twisting myself in the chair. Okay. Yeah, let's just cover up all the vent holes on my PC. That won't cause a problem. Chuck E. Cheese Glory Days. Let me open up my, ow, just a sec. Have you played Atari today? That chat, that is the most important question of all for life in general. You know, that should have been my poll question. Have you played Atari today? Missed opportunity. Okay, so there's the console. Now, before we move on and try this thing out, let's say we open, who wants to open some other stuff? Who wants to open some other related stuff? We'll have you? No, but we're gonna. Maybe. I hope. First things first, chat. I said I wasn't big on the wired, on the wireless controllers. When I placed my order with Atari, I ordered a wired one when I ordered a couple games. So I ordered the system from Amazon, but I placed a few game orders with Atari, and I did order their wired CX78. D-pad and the little thingy on it. Did the other one have the little thingy? Maybe it's underneath. I can't tell. Oh, it's not in here. I could get my Flashback 2 up and running. If it's that dire that I do play Atari today, you know, the Flashback 2 is interesting because some of the models of that, apparently the chipset is actual Atari. You can add a cartridge port to it, and it's a fully functional Atari 2600. FYI. Yes, it does. Oh! Wait a second. No, never mind. Never mind. It was just the wireless adapters. Gotta work out. Lurk, enjoy your workout. I know we're going slow. Have a good workout. Let me go ahead and open the controller. I mean, I probably, I could probably code a Python version of Missile Commander Centipede in an afternoon. Yeah. Yeah, it's amazing how difficult these were then, and now they're so simplistic. What's a good side to open? I prefer to open this side, so. Okay. There we go. Okay. So we will use... Be right back, okay. We will use the wired control when we play it today. Not the wireless, because they're not charged, obviously. Let's take a look at it firsthand, really. Oh, I'm taking the plastic off and not getting the controller with it. That's interesting. Okay. There we go. Okay. Okay, box is empty. I'll put it over here. All right, so Atari 2600 Plus controller. Where's the... Oh, there it is. It's got a little... If you don't want to use the D-pad like this and you desperately need a thumb joystick, it's got a thumbstick. I don't plan to use that tonight. 2 buttons, unlike the 2600 controller, but it still doesn't have start or select. If you want to do start and select and whatnot, power, pause, select, and reset on the unit. So if you ever wanted to pause your game, you got to run all the way up to your TV and you got to hit pause on the system. That'll end well. Not using the wireless, ruining the stream in real time. Yeah, no, we're not going to use the wireless. We will use the wired. Oh, that's interesting. So it's got almost like a grippy thing back there. 2023 version, made in China. Oh, joy. How does it feel then? Those feel okay. D-pad feels good. D-pad feels good. Doesn't feel smushy. Buttons felt a little smush, but that might just be me. Smush. That's a technical term. All right. Greetings, Control Z. Welcome in. Welcome in. I hope you are having a good night. Merry post-Christmas. We are just opening, unboxing the Atari 7800 Plus, as it said on the thing, and some games. The pause of shame. Yeah, pause buttons on the system. So yeah, you gotta shame. You gotta show off to your whole family that you suck. That you gotta pause your game before dinner because you can't cut it. You don't get to push pause on your control. No, no, no. Because this is the Atari Pro system. For professionals. Neko Lolita, welcome in. Welcome in. Oh, by the way, Neko. Let me see. I sent you a DM on Twitter over Christmas. But I hope you're doing well, Neko. I hope I should have sent it over over Discord. I don't think very well. But welcome in, Neko. Welcome in. I hope you are having a wonderful day. I hope you had a good holiday, a good little breaky break. By the way, Neko Lolita, there is her link. Subscribe to her channel if you haven't already. Once the new year hits, Neko is, unless I'm mistaken, showing off her new model. She's moving from PNG to live 2D. And we are super excited. I can't wait to see the new model in action. Wow, I bet that joypad port can probably put that controller in my flashback too. You know, that's another thing. Something to know about the Ataris. Chat, real quickly. Something to know about the Atari. If you want to know how powerful the Atari is, you can use Sega Genesis controls on it. You can use, I don't know about the 7800 Plus, but the original 7800 and the 2600 and the XEGS, you can use Sega Genesis controls. And that will give you blast processing in your Atari. Guaranteed. Guaranteed, because, you know, everything's better with a Sega Genesis control. I should try this. Maybe I'll even pull out a Sega Genesis control if we get a chance tonight. Let me tweak this a bit. Tilt it down. Let me read. Man, that glare's bad. I can't do anything about it. Hi. Yes, welcome in. Welcome in. EST at midnight. Okay, I missed a few things. There we go. At midnight EST. Nice. Okay, wow. So January, so the morning of January, so New Year. Oh, wow. Nice. Perfect timing. Can't wait. Looking forward to it. Looking forward to being there. Chat, you're going to be there, right? In fact, if I stream, I'll make sure I rate into that. That's too good. But yeah, good to see you. I hope you are having a good week so far. Oh, I'm happy. This doesn't wobble. I was afraid it was going to, go clunk, 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 clunk. I'm starting at 11, but I'm so excited. I can imagine. It'd be so hard to contain myself and to not have gone ahead and used it. And I know other streamers have been like that. I know there have been a few that they just can't help. They got to do they do a members only sneak peek stream because they just, can't handle it. Sega Sparkling Twinkle. Yeah, Sega. Good night, Lurking. Hey, thank you, Judd. Have a good night. We appreciate you stopping by. Oh, dude, I got 2 Arcadians for my Genesis. I can rig up real arcade sticks to this thing. Nice! I can't stream my hobbies. I'm sorry, Izakai. Truck. Yeah, it's... Yeah, I consider myself lucky that I'm able to. Okay, what were we doing? So let's open some game. But I did snag a publish it. Congratulations! I know you'd mentioned you were writing. Congratulations, Izakai Truck, on the publishing deal. You'll have to tell us more about it once you get everything ironed out and everything. Congrats, that is awesome. Boy, all the writers here. We got you, Luciano, who has his web novel, Gotcha Leveling. And I know Briar Mare, she has a book, which I will read on stream at some point. Probably. Okay. Book. I want to read it. Which one? Yeah, Andrew. Lifelong Dream. Nice. Hey, congratulations. That's amazing. Yeah, well, I know Luciano, if he's around, he's got his web novel. He can post the link to that. And the other, I know Briar Mare has a book. Let me grab her link real quick. I don't have a link to the book. Well, maybe I do. Just a sec. Just a sec. Let me change keyboards here. Dun, dun, dun. I'm going to have to open up my Amazon. I can't open it on stream, thankfully, because I'm not set up for it. Yay, not set up. But yeah, Neko, and let me know if you have a problem downloading the thing I sent to you on Twitter, Neko, because I know some people I had to re-upload it, which, you know, always kind of embarrassing. Okay, let me see. Briar. Will it come up? There it is. So yeah, Briar Mare, she's got, come on. Amazon, I don't need all these extra things. Just give me the basic link, please. Copy. Book I want to read. I've been auditioning for audiobook VA. I love it. Nice. Oh, that's awesome, Neko. I hope you get it. Gotcha Leveling is on web novel. Yeah, I'm on Royal Road. Okay, similar site. Royal Road. Good to know. Truck Coon, The Rise and Fall of an Iconic Tragic Unseen. Not Neophyte World Builder. Well, there you go, chat. So, yeah, if you check out Royal Road, be sure to look up Neophyte World Builder and show Izakai Truck some love. And here is Briar Mare's book, Masked Maiden, which is a Masked Maiden, a Shifts to Spells novel, which was an unfortunate thing. I tried to order an autographed copy from her, but she ran into all sorts of shipping issues, so luckily I was still able to get it from Amazon, which I think they do like a printing on demand. I don't know how it works. I don't know how things work. Okay, next game, chat, is, this is a repro that is made by Atari themselves. It's one of the games that was originally on the Atari 7800. And it's one of the, from what I've seen, one of the most amazing games. And the title alone, chat, should tell you that this experience is going to be incredible. Where but Atari? I don't see this on you, Sega. I don't see this on you, Nintendo Entertainment System. Hey, TurboGrafx 16. I'm looking for Ninja Golf. This is not, by the way, the Twitter thing is an amazing thing. Okay, good. I just want to make sure you got it, because I know Twitter notifications are bleeped up. Thank you, Uncle Elon. And video uploads on there have been bleeped up. Thank you, Uncle Elon. And I've been getting flagged as a spam bot, even though I bought the stupid blue check. Thank you, Uncle Elon. So yeah, Ninja Golf, chat. Or PlayStation, exactly. This was originally released in, it doesn't give the year, but this was on the original system. This isn't a homebrew. Ninja Golf was an actual game released to the original 7800. And this is one I'd like to play tonight. Self-published, nice hardcore level. And yeah, they flagged my Twitter account too, even though I don't post. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. I asked Grok to tell Twitter support that I'm not that I'm a real boy, and Grok came back and said, "I know you're real." So, but like I said last night, that could mean I'm actually AI. Madamus, the streaming hymns advertisement. So let me tell you before we welcome in, Mahay, say welcome in, and a Merry post-Christmas to you if you celebrate. If you don't, Happy Friday. Welcome in. We are unboxing the Atari 7800 Plus and a few of the games for it, and we're going to try some gameplay if I ever get through them. But Ninja Golf. I'm going to tell you Madamus and Neuro collab win. Probably never. I'm too small ball. I am too small fry for Neuro. That's oh good. This will be easy to unbox. The shrink wrap's already torn. Let me tell you something about Ninja Golf. A theory. Madamus and Neko collab. We need to, Neko. We need to find something. We need to find something. We'll talk about that in this coming new year. I'd really like to do that. Do that with you. I got a short list of people I'd really. So we'll work something out. Even if it's one of the things I don't normally hit, I'll pick up a copy so that we can collab play it. I heard about Mega Man X on DOS. I need to try. So I've got Mega Man X on DOS, and I remembered it was okay. I know Cabas and I kind of disagreed on the music. I think it depends on your sound card. It's a lot better than regular Mega Man on DOS, that's for sure. But Ninja Golf chat. So I have a theory about this one. About the same time the Atari 7800 was, when Atari was fledgling around looking for stuff to put out, didn't know what to do because they were failing. Let's be honest, Atari was failing, okay? This was kind of a last gasp, about the same way the Atari XEGS is a last gasp, before the Jaguar, which is another really last gasp. There was a movie out called Ninja 3: The Domination. It's a Canon film, so you know Canon means quality. Canon, the producers used to like to make movies based on things that they liked watching. And they had made a few ninja movies, and they'd been good. And they had just, been thinking about, I guess there'd been a sequel to The Exorcist. So they said they wanted to make, they wanted their ninja movie to be a horror movie. We want to be The Exorcist and ninja. So they made Ninja 3: The Domination, which is trying to combine a demonic exorcist plot with a ninja movie. That's okay on its face. But then they also saw Flashdance. And they wanted Flashdance in the movie. So you got this movie, Ninja 3: The Domination, which tries to combine ninja movie with The Exorcist with Flashdance. That is not a good combination, and the movie is terrible in all the best ways. But the opening to the movie has a demonically possessed ninja running around a golf course in broad daylight, hacking up, for lack of a better way to put it, all the rich white people until the cops finally arrive. Just chasing down golf carts and stuff. It makes no sense whatsoever. It is incredible. I am convinced that someone at Atari saw that movie in theaters, and their first reaction was, yo, we got to make that into a game. Because the timetable fits. And where the hell else would you get an idea to combine ninjas and golf in a game? Unless you'd seen something really random like that. Let me back this up. Jaguar was a make or break desperation move. Yeah, and it broke. Yeah. The channel chat would probably destabilize and collapse if Neuro's chat suddenly flooded. Yeah, that's true. Man, you talk about broken memberships. Did they actually get the Japanese mysticism elements correct in their ninja horror movie? Cabbases, 2 words to answer that question. Canon Films. No. No. No, Cabbases, no. How else should I put the first Ninja movie, their original one, Enter the Ninja, starred Franco Nero, aged, at that point even, middle-aged Italian star. Franco Nero as the hero ninja. Because he was friends with the producers and they wanted to put him in a movie. Franco Django Nero as a ninja. No accuracy. No accuracy. Well, Ultima 2 was inspired by Time Bandits. I did not know of that. I've never played Ultima 2, but I did not know that. I love Time Bandits. I love the original movie. Okay, let's open Ninja Golf real quick. Thankfully, this one's easy. I don't have to cut anything and risk damaging this box that I know of. I say that I'm probably going to damage the sucker. Let's go this way instead. Let's go back this way instead. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. I'm curious, did they make a Jaguar No. And I don't know if they're... I don't know if they ever would. I really don't. A little bit of a bend on the box. Oh, well. Can't send it back to Atari. Okay. So there we go. Now, unless I'm mistaken, the original boxes might be shinier than these, but that's okay. And, of course, the original boxes did not have a rated E for everyone. Box made of cardboard that decomposes upon contact with oxygen for easy opening. That's more of a Disney idea right there. That's what they did with the DVDs. It'd be funny if they do dissolving like that. Yeah. Oh, I mean, Nintendo put Japanese people in Mario costumes, so that's a fair trade. Yeah. I wouldn't put, man, Disney, I wouldn't put past them to have degrading covers because they did that with DVDs. They had their disposable DVDs we talked about last night. Imagining Jaguar CD Plus, since they'll never actually make one. Yeah, the Jaguar had a CD add-on. Why? It was dead in the water. Why? Yeah, the original was rated AO. Adults only? Yeah. Let's take a look. Oh, this will answer the question on the label too, if they did get that one backwards on Crystal Quest. Oh, please open easily. Oh no, I don't want to bend you. Come on, baby. Please. Oh my gosh. Really? Okay, there. Yo, why did they have to make if they were going to have a thumb tab? So they put this little thumb hole here to easy open. But then they have the little flap things at the end so it gets stuck. Oh, yeah. Ah, welcome back, Guy Kagami. Welcome in. I returned with a white icing Christmas donut with sprinkles. Yum, yum. Donuts are so good. Donuts are awesome. Yeah, they really thought that through, Max. I love you, Atari, but you don't have the best. Okay, sleeve also. Donuts are amazing. Because they're dumb. Yeah, I hate to say it. Yeah. Okay, this will answer it, the label. No, so they didn't screw it up, the label. So there you go. Atari 7800 cartridge and Ninja Golf. We're going to play this one for sure tonight. If we ever get this hooked up tonight. We might have to do gameplay on a separate stream. The way things are going, we might have to do gameplay on a separate stream. Okay, and it does have a manual. If I could get it out without destroying it. Ninja Golf Game Guide. Is it color? Oh, wow! Chad, it's color. So what the heck is this anyway? I never even read the description. The Ultimate Ninja and Sporting Challenge, a game of golf and fierce ninja battle. Swing and kick away at ninjas, duck whipping stars, pick up treasure, and shoot for birdies. It's all part of a day's fun. Yo, that is amazing. That is such an acid-filled idea. I mean, really, that is you. Whoops, I bumped the hand cam, that's for sure. You talk about something that is a Coke-filled dream. This game, the whole concept is a Coke-filled dream. Yeah, color manuals, Atari's got budget, which is funny because apparently Atari's last games they released, when they were putting stuff in out towards the end of life of the 2600, they were even doing black and white boxes. They got really cheap towards the end. Just do a 24-hour stream, problem solved, and the donut is just a bonus. Nice. The future's color, indeed. Color manual, that's something else. The original wasn't right. I don't know. The original might have been color. But they did start downgrading everything to black and white or to monocolor. Because I know the Atari XEGS, because I have one, a lot of the manuals on that would be like white and blue or white and dark green, things like that. I don't have my original boxes, but I've got all my manuals. Okay. I probably just put... Oh, man. Did I put that in upside down? I did, didn't I? I don't know. I don't know if I put it in upside down or not. I'm looking down in this box. It's kind of screwed up a bit inside, but that's okay. Whatever. Beggars, we'll let that slide. Okay, so put that back in. Put the flap back. Do I have that the wrong way? I think I do. Yeah, I got it the wrong way. All right, fine. All right, let's try this again. Let's try this again. I'm gonna do it like... No. I can't get it back in! That's what she said. Why did I say that? I'm not that type of streamer. Why did I say that? I'm say-so. I shouldn't say things like that. Oh, I deserve to be bonked. Can I please get the flap down? Thank you. Don't push it down all the way, though, because I don't want it to lock in. Ayo, I know! I don't know why that popped! I don't know why I said that! Oh, man. Imagine taking that console to the past, showing the Atari execs the future with a portable 7-inch Radio Shack HD TV via HDMI adapter. Oh, yeah, yep. The TV alone would freak them out. True. Hey, yo, no! Unsay-so. No, I'm not unsay-so! I'm not! I promise! I promise! Oh, I can't win. My unsay-so streamer, no! We knew you were a freak. No. Alright, I'm gonna put that to the side. Here, let's open the rest of these that showed up over Christmas. Okay, next one was not originally released. I don't know if it was being planned or what. But this is Tiger Heli. And this is 40th anniversary edition because the game came out 3D TV, yeah. Definitely. That would definitely freak him out. I don't think they had portable 3D TVs. If they did, I would have bought one of those. Man. Well, no, it probably wouldn't have worked that well. But yeah, 40th anniversary edition. Now, I've seen some footage of this. Classic game there. This was not originally released to the 7800. This is something they did just recently release. I kind of want more of this, of the games that could have been, that are actual arcade games, or actual games of the time, like Tiger Heli. Because I've seen some footage of this, and from what I have seen, this is a better edition than the Nintendo Entertainment System. From what I have seen, this one plays better than the NES. For those who don't know what it... Well, you can't really tell. It's a top-down shooter. Fly Blast Battle. Let me open it up. Let me find a good place to tear the shrink wrap carefully without ruining the box. Oh, come on. Okay, so I'm going to complain about something that's actually high quality now. They used really thick shrink wrap. They used like really thick shrink wrap on this, which is good, but it's also bad. But does it play better than PC Engine? Did PC Engine have Tiger Heli? Oh, I know it doesn't then. No. But better than NES. If we're going to compare apples for apples, I'll say better than NES. Thick shrink wrap? Yeah, yes, thick. Have you ever seen an Atari trackball controller unused? I've seen one. I know on eBay, Guy, when I was looking up stuff for this thing, I did see someone, the box looked banged up, but I did see brand new, at least one person had a brand new trackball that they wanted like 160, 170 bucks for. So I haven't ever seen a brand new one unused in person, but I've seen them online, and they were fetching a decent amount more than what they would have been. Oh yeah, and by the way, the Atari 7800, apparently when it came out, it was $140 US, which I guess with inflation would make it like 400 bucks. So this was a pricey system at the time when you really think about it. Okay, and this does have a sticker on it. This game may require an update for your console. So that's one thing about this. I said before, the 7800 Plus has some incompatibilities. They do issue firmware updates. I'll have to read the book about how to update that. Madamus, can your new system play Doom or Crysis? It doesn't need to, because it plays Ninja Golf, Daylin. It plays Ninja Golf. Came across one, but the box wasn't meant. Under 10? For the trackball, new? Holy crap cakes, yeah. You could probably resell it, I would think, for the trackball. If it's the original Atari one, I would think so. So yeah, there are compatibility issues, and they are getting better. Oh, and you know, that reminds me, because Seraphis mentioned owning an Intellivision. I know I said this earlier. I'm really hopeful, because of the way they keep updating the firmware, that they might use this for other things they own. I would love to see this thing have like a cartridge adapter to play Intellivision games. I'm sure someone ported Doom to an Atari by now. Yeah, and I wouldn't. That's something else. I'd love to see Atari and Bethesda strike a deal, and have for the 7800 Plus a special edition of Doom with all the other special, like we're getting on the Super Nintendo soon. Its original manual cardboard inserts also. Wow, nice. Yeah, I've seen a few new sealed ones, but yeah, I haven't seen nothing at that price. Nothing at that price. Okay, so yeah, this is Toaplan. I don't know if I should even open it, because it's gonna be the same as the other one. We're gonna open it so that we can try it out later. Oh, that one popped right open. Good. I just quickly glance. I'm not gonna pull out the manual on this one. Cartridge. Rated E for everyone. Now, I'm going to be interested when we get to the Fallout and Atari. But Doom is a possibility, because that Doom gets ported to everything. They got that running on calculators. Kind of a funky label there. Oh well. That's okay. We'll live with it. I'm curious. Toaplan, that settles it. Let's port Zero Wing onto this. I would love to see more Toaplan stuff on the 7800. I would love that. That would be so cool. Because Toaplan stuff is amazing. Toaplan made the best shooters, y'all. Oh, it even asks you on these boxes. Have you played Atari today? Well, have you? Because you're about to. I'm curious if the original boxes had sleeves like that. I don't think they did. Bumped the hand cam again. Hydration break. If you got a drink, take a drink. Hydrate or dehydrate. Real quickly, let's just unbox the stuff I've picked up on eBay. New. They're all new. First, I mentioned, I did a quick search. It turns out, though it isn't yet ported, it is more likely than not. Yeah. See, so there. That would be great. This is a perfect opportunity for Atari to make a deal with Bethesda. Okay, so the first thing we're going to open, as far as the old games that are still sealed since mid to late 80s, is Asteroids. I made it a concerted effort to find this, because for those of you who have come in late, the version of Asteroids that Atari is selling through their website right now is a newly programmed one from the homebrew community called Asteroids Deluxe, which is designed to look like the line art black and white or black and green, something like that, of the original arcade game, whereas the original 7800 one, they tried to show off the color capabilities of it. So I made it a point to try to hunt down, and obviously I succeeded, the original Asteroids. The ultimate Astral classic. This goes back to what I said, though, about Atari and their greatest hits. One of the things that kind of hurt them, I think, with the 7800 and with everything is they kept reissuing the same stuff. And what's sad is the games that should have been like the million sellers on this, like Akari Warriors and Commando, are the more rare ones to find. Which tells me they did not manufacture as many of them. Not just because of people hoarding them. It's because, or there being excess that didn't sell, but because they didn't manufacture as many of them, is my guess. Because it's just like the joystick thing. Atari was convinced that their greatest hits were enough. But the world was a-changin'. The gaming landscape was changing. In fact, you mentioned Ultima. I think that was kind of a mistake of Atari's too. So Ultima 3 and Ultima 4 are available on what are called the Atari 400-800 series, which was their computer line. Their computer line, they converted into the Atari XEGS. They could have put out Ultima 3 on the Atari XEGS on cartridge, because there are some like homebrew cartridge versions of it. That might have really given them, Nintendo still would have dominated, but I think that would have given Atari a little bit of an edge, with especially like with people who were thinking computer gaming at the time. So Atari didn't manufacture enough of the new IP. As usual, Atari was their own worst enemy. Yeah, and I've heard, I want to say, I saw an interview, and I forgot where it was, but the guy who was working for Camerica with the Aladdin, whenever I do my Aladdin mini dive, and I'm not going to go into all this, but the guy who I guess was working there and trying to help them stick around to survive when they had run out of money, is the same guy. I guess he was with Atari at the same time towards the end with them, time of the 7800. And he basically, he was saying that Atari's problems and Camerica's problems were almost identical, and they all came down to lack of cash on hand to get the products out there that would have sold. Would they have outsold Nintendo? Probably not. But still, it would have been enough maybe to keep them afloat. It might have been a case where they were always the second choice system still. Yeah. Because the Atari 7800, everything I've read and everything I see in commentary is that it's worse than the NES in some ways, but in some ways it's better. And there, if you ever watch, and I'm tempted to pick it up, even though I don't like the game, Ball Blazer by LucasArts, Lucasfilm Games, which was on the 7800. Regardless of what you think of the game, watch some footage of it. The motion is so smooth. It is just, it's one of those where you look at it, it's like a tech demo. A tech demo that Atari didn't capitalize on any of this stuff. But here we go. Here's an original Asteroids cartridge. Presumably from the year that's on the back, 1987. It might be a later copy. That might just be the copyright date. I can tell you right now, the paper on this is flimsier. They were cheaper. This is flimsier than the cardboard on these ones we're getting from Atari. Something older than me. Welcome in, Siren. Welcome in. Yeah, we're pulling out the boomer system. I got the boomer toy for Christmas. Welcome in, welcome in. No, I know 80s isn't boomer. I'm just, I'm joking. I'm joking. Oh, man. And once again, I can't get this open, but welcome in, and oh yeah, I said welcome to you earlier. You were here earlier. I've been streaming so long, I've forgotten how long you were here. Man, maybe I do have brain damage. Oh my gosh, I can't get this box open, chat. I think I'm going to damage it in the process. Yeah, I might. Okay, come on. There we go. Okay, well, there's your answer. There's your answer, chat. The original ones do not have the sleeves. They don't have the sleeves, okay? That's number one. Number two, and I know this varies, so this must be later stock. The label, as you can see, is black and white. Pro system for professionals, but it's a black and white label. I do believe there are color labels. By the way, Madamus, both the Atari XL and XE can play Doom. Can they? Now there, let's get a cartridge released on it, and then I'll buy that. I'd love that. I don't want it on a... Oh, no. Oh, wait. Oh, no, that's a hole in it. Okay, that's a hole in the plastic that's supposed to be there. I thought this was cracked. You can't see it that well, but there's a dark hole there. But it's like air holes on both sides. And then the label's kind of funky because of that. Printed in Hong Kong. There we go. There's that. Let's take a look at the manual on this one real quick if I can get it out. I'm just curious on the quality of it versus the others. Oh. I got a 90-day air holes be wild. Yeah. I don't know what that was. Seriously, I thought the cartridge was cracked underneath. And you know, that's my problem with the XEGS. I've got an old copy of Donkey Kong Jr. and there was like a dimple hole and it got pushed in on the label. Which kind of messed up. It's ugly, so it's got an ugly looking hole on it. Okay, well, we got a warranty. I think it's expired. Sunnyvale, California. I should call this phone number someday and just see if it's in business. And the manual is, well, it's got some color, a little color. Okay, this is like what I was saying earlier about sort of the mono color. So it's not even manual, it's call them now. I don't have my phone, do I? All right, let's see. I'm gonna call the number. I'm gonna call the number, I'm gonna hang up on them. Okay, I'm gonna call the number, I'm gonna hang up on them. Here we go. All right, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? All right, chat. Here we go. Flip phone. Pulling out the flip phone. I'm not going to let you guys see the screen because it might dox me somehow, even though it's a flip phone. Here we go. Or call 408 745. They'd be closed now anyway. 4851. All right, here we go. Flip phone. Yeah, I use a flip phone, y'all. I've got a smartphone, but I keep the flip phone on hand. It's just so I don't have to deal with texting and whatnot. It's gonna be so funny if this ends up being a phone sex hotline. Yeah, here we go. Let me hear it. Hopefully it can be heard through the speaker. Let me make sure my volume's up. Okay, let's try this. Taking one of my headphone things off. Disconnected, y'all. No longer in service or disconnected. Well, we tried. We tried. We tried to call Atari. Yeah. I was afraid we were going to get someone in their house. I was afraid we were going to get someone in their house. Is using ancient technology. Yeah. So the manual on Asteroids, not that you needed a big manual. It's literally just fold open. Disconnected Atari phone number. Yep, from 90s. Who knows how long it's been disconnected either. Hey, flip phone means you can use your landline. Keep this in mind if you ever get an X-Band. I don't have a landline. And now that's one thing I don't have is I don't have a landline. I only use cell phone, but... Oh, wow. They didn't even get the perforation, like on the... It tore the paper because they didn't get the box cut. Or is it glued? No? Yeah, they didn't get it... there. They didn't get the box cut. Welcome to Baja Gordita Hotline. You're in a warm pillowy flatbread. Press 1 if you're into zesty pepper jack sauce. Press 2. Oh my gosh. I don't know. That sounds delicious, Daylin. Sign me up. Okay, get this back in the box if I can. It really doesn't want to take the warranty card back. It really does not want to take the warranty card back. Well, it called them up to complain about the box not being cut. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I don't have an X-band, that's for sure. Sadly. Okay. Oh, and I closed it all the way, darn it. So that'll be fun to get open again. I was gonna leave it a little bit open. What'd I miss? Yeah, zesty. Taco Bell Chihuahua, press 2 and wind. I can't do that. My throat is too messed up to roll I couldn't roll them anyway. It always sounds like I'm hacking up a lung when I try to roll R's. He's so funny if they done do beep. Try again. Try your number again. Yeah. No, they didn't. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Well, I think that X-Band revival thing can also work with some other things, but the landline is optimal for online versus play. Okay, what's next? Next. So this wasn't on 2600, but it was on some other ones. This is sort of one of their midway greatest hits things with Atari. I kind of had to do it, Robotron. If you've never played Robotron, it's a twin-stick shooter. Now, the thing about this is, from what I understand, to play it properly, you can use it with one controller and the fire button, but to play it properly, you have to use 2 joysticks. And Atari made, at least for the XEGS, they made, I love Robotron, yeah, fun game, tough as nails. They made an adapter, not for 2600, because this wasn't on it, but for the XEGS and the 400, 800 computers, which was basically a block that you would stick 2 joysticks in so that you could do the dual stick thing. One stick to move and one to shoot in different directions. I believe either someone's made a homebrew one or they made one for the 7800 too. Hopefully there will be an ad inside of this and we can find out. This one's already split, so it'll be easier to open. I think it's split. Maybe it's not. Oh yeah, it's split. It's over here. This is one I'll have to wipe off eventually. This one's been a bit more through the ringer. It's got a chewed up corner, but at least it's still factory sealed. I'm trying to avoid buying used games on this thing just because I don't want to fall into the trap of overdoing it, because I've already overdone it. I'm telling y'all right now, Madamus gifted himself with one too many things this Christmas probably. Thankfully, I'm getting a few extra hours in at work because they're going to have me doing at least with my side gig, doing Martin Luther King Day. Unless, I'm actually worried with the side gig. They're supposed to pay me the extra money for the mileage. I am banking. I just have the weirdest feeling after they said, oh yeah, we'll pay it, that it's not going to be on the paycheck. But here we go, Robotron 2084. You know what's crazy, chat? You know what's really crazy, now that I'm thinking about it? In the grand scheme of things, think of how close that year is. We're heading into 2026. That is less than 60 years. Have the resignation letter ready. The truth is I might for when, but zero in and zap them. The Robotrons, they're a new breed of robots, so advanced they no longer have any use for humans. So pretty much, I mean, there you go. There's the info. There you go. Soma begins here. Except as targets for laser blaster practice. It's the year 2084, and if you can't save the human race from this deadly upheaval, there may not be a year 2085. And the best part, chat, you can never beat this game. Because why? Unlimited number of waves! It's just like all the best Atari games. You get to play forever and ever. No ending, no story. Just keep going. until you die. 58 years away from 2026. It's crazy to think about. It's crazy when you think about that for most of us, if we all live long, natural lives, that we're all going to get to see so much of this, isn't it? It's like, you know, you wonder, people who in the 60s and 2001 came out and, you know, then it came and went. Back to the Future 2, even though Back to the Future 2, they purposely made it sort of absurd, they've admitted, with the future stuff, because they just thought the future thing was kind of, there's no way you could predict it, so let's just go really absurd with flying cars and everything, and the hoverboards. All right, let's take a look. Okay, it's black and white label again, but it is for a pro system because you're a pro gamer. Let's see what we got inside as far as books and papers. Oh, unfortunately, this is one man. Inside, that's been sitting around for a while. Look at how that got all beat up inside of there. Some stuff in Back to the Future 2 in the newspaper actually happened. Yeah, did it? I mean, we finally got the power laces, but only as a limited edition thing. That was disappointing. Don't forget 2010, yeah. And 2010, though, is interesting because it seems less futuristic than 2001. It seems a lot less futuristic. I don't think I want to live to see the robot zap me to death because generative AI deemed me useless. Yeah, Neuro's gonna come for all of us. Neuro's coming for all of us. And the Pepsi, yeah. The $50 Pepsi, man, I feel like we're practically there. The price for a Pepsi, I feel like the joke about inflation, I feel like we are there. Fun fact, the car dealership in Back to the Future 2 was a Pontiac dealership. But the cars stopped being made before. Really? Oh, that's kind of interesting. I did not know that. All right. Warranty again. It doesn't have anything for a dual stick. Playing the game. 2-player. Okay, and plug a controller into... Yep. No. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, move the control hand forward, backward, and choose 2-player game. Move left or right, choose difficult. Okay. It looks like this might be... or move the left controller fire by... Oh, okay, yeah, you can do dual stick. I was just reading it. You can do dual stick. Now, with the 2 game pads, that'd be easy. Because you could use, you know, one thumb for the direction of the character and the other for the thing. So a twin stick would be fine on this. Get this back in here. If I can. I wish I had my Atari XEGS manual, because I bet it matches it like word for word. Except for the word 7800. Even with the twin stick part. Which I never knew about because I had my parents' Atari XEGS, because I've said before that was like the first system they ever had me playing, which was their really, really old thing. And it... I remember... That's not going in very well. That doesn't give me confidence. Okay. I never knew it supported the dual stick thing because I don't think they even knew it until way later in life, because I would have played Robotron dual sticks and probably been rocking out as a kid. I'd be losing after wave 5 instead of wave 4. It's seriously, chat. Robotron is tough. Hydration break. If you gotta drink, take a drink. Hydrate or dihydrate. Raspberry nectarine. I'm still nursing. What'd I miss up here? What did I miss? McDonald's in a different future. Would you like a payment plan with your Big Mac? Yeah. Much as we joke, yeah. I'm curious, can you imagine Back to the Future Part 4? I think when I was younger I could, but now I can't, and I hope they never do it. Because I think they'd break it. It really is something that it works fine as a trilogy, so I hope they never go there. Back to the Future Telltale Games. Yes, it is good. Yeah, that's true. You can look. There is a game, Judd. I think it's delisted on Steam now, but Back to the Future by Telltale Games. A lot of people consider it to be a de facto Back to the Future 4. It's probably nothing like a movie would have actually been, but it's a really good game. It's a really strong narrative. Okay, we've only got a few other games to check, so we'll open these up and then we'll do some gameplay. Next, this I was always curious about. This was on Famicom, but it was never on NES in the States. And they've got a big documentary out about its creation. This is Karateka, and it's a martial arts game where you're basically running a gauntlet, trying to rescue some princess. What is it? You're trying to the evil warlord Akuma has destroyed your village. Oh, the evil warlord Akuma destroyed your village and kidnapped Princess Mariko. You alone can rescue the innocent princess from the tyrant's terrible dungeon. Armed only with your courage and your karate skills, you punch and kick your way past one deadly guard after another into Akuma's stronghold to save your princess. And of course, you know, you're blonde-haired and blue-eyed, as all, you know, would be in feudal Japanese, I don't know, cities. Karateka, many a bootleg NES clone had this. I think I've got it on one of I've got a couple bootlegs, Cabuses, and I want to say I've got it. I wish I had the official. Now, one thing I'll say about this, I read somewhere that the controls on this are terrible compared to the NES version. But this is something that separates it. Robotron is just a cartridge, but this, chat, is a super game cartridge. Madamus clearly hates money. Oh my gosh, Madamus opening all these sealed expensive Atari games. They weren't expensive. Okay. Hold on, I need to cough. I'm sorry. Throat is really failing. I didn't pay a ton. That's one thing. I'll tell you, Seraphist and everyone else, I have overspent. I have overspent this year on this little toy, but I've been very careful about how much. I've been very careful. The ones I've picked up have not been your big baller, big price tag ones. So, yeah. I've been stupid, but not that stupid. In my defense, I've been small, smooth brain, but I haven't been no brain. The ones I'm opening aren't anything. There's nothing here. If I had Atari Warriors and I was opening it, y'all could be chewing me out because that's like a $300 game. I think. Turns out with certain exceptions that Knight Industries vehicles are Pontiac like I thought. Nice. Michael, I can only use my turbo boost once per episode. I was asking because I saw the fan trailers on YouTube. Yeah, a lot of fan trailers anymore. At least you didn't buy RAM. Yeah, I didn't buy RAM. I did have to buy a new motherboard. God, I hate doing that, but I feel like I'm having some real problems with my current one. Of course, I might cancel that order. It's not supposed to ship until like or first week of January, so I got a couple days to think about it. With Tom Holland playing Marty, I don't know how I feel about that. Yeah, see, that's the thing. I'm going to say right now, I wouldn't want a Back to the Future sequel where you wouldn't have Michael J. Fox, and that just is not in the cards. Madamus, where's the Atari 7800 Sierra Tex Softcore Prawns Adventure? I'm going to be on it. Now, they could have put that on the XEGS because it had a keyboard. XEGS has a keyboard. Just saying. All right, where's the hole? There's a hole. There is a hole. There's a starting point. Just a sec, chat. Let me get my knife into the hole. Come on. Oh my gosh, really? No, I've tried not to overdo it with this little project. Because I was afraid I would. I mean, that's the thing. A lot of times I'll pick up a new hobby and I'll go full bore into it. And then I regret it later. So I hope That's one reason, too. Outside of a few things that still haven't arrived, I'm not planning to order anything else until we know if this is really going to be a streamable platform. And I don't know that it is. I know Classic Game Room's did when they were still around. I mean, they are kind of still around. But they did a lot of Atari stuff, but not as live streams. Just as VODs. Just as videos talk about the history of things. I love Classic Game Room, by the way. If you've never watched any Classic Game Room, I highly recommend it. Back this up. 2600 had a keyboard too. That's right, they did have keyboards for that. Dad had one for the word processor app. Nice. Well, cartridge technically. Yes, gotcha. Chad asking me how far I'm going in the DeLorean time machine. Me to when Madamus is playing the game. Oh dear. Oh my gosh. All right, let's see. Oh, yeah, and these all have the hang tags, too. Man. That takes you back. Stores where games would be hanging. Man. I barely remember anything like that. Because they didn't have those... They had done away with that pretty much. I want to say there was still some maybe around. Maybe in 64 they still did some. My policy is if it won't get content ID'd, it's streamable. Nice. I like that. I'll go with that. All right. It's a really bad that's a really fuzzy picture. A little banged in corner, but that's okay. Yeah, this one's been... That's not really too bad. I will say this is one I felt like I did pay a little too much for. Oh, I think we got a color label. I think we got a color label on this one. Yeah, we did. Oh, wow. Well, man. Okay. Oh, that's got a weird smell. I mean, it's brand new, but it's got a... Yeah. I don't know. Did they make their boards out of pine saw or something? But there we go. Color label on that one. What do we got as far as manuals on this one? Okay. We still got a warranty card, so we're still under warranty. Everything's cool. The manual is still not, man, it's still not much. It's not even fully fold out. It does have a lot of, press pause to pause. Okay, press select to restart the game, or press reset to return. Okay, whatever. Yeah, this is what I heard was a... that book's a little bent up. That's interesting. That's weird. I mean, it's factory sealed and all, but it's... I'm sorry, there's a smell to this. It does have like a piney smell. I don't know what that is. And the book does look like it hasn't been used, has it? No, it doesn't look good. No? Huh. No? I don't know. It must be an age thing. Maybe how it was stored. This is what I was worried about. I'd heard that it had a lot of complexities with the controls versus the NES. You just pretty much press A and B. So, yeah. This really, I'm getting like a Circle of Iron feel with this. Circle of Iron's a movie, by the way. Okay. Try to get this back in the box. The Super Game cartridge back in the box. We're just about done with the game boxes too. And we will finally try the freaking system soon. Since we've done more YAAAP than anything. YAAAAP. And we'll probably try the Bentley Bear Crystal Quest thing first. If I could get back in the box. Okay. There we go. Boom. Okay. And maybe we'll try out Tiger Heli just to get a glance of it. And maybe one of the 2600 things. Oh, wait. He said 2600? Yeah. I said 2600. I I did pick up 2 things for Atari 2600 since it's backwards compatible. And again, they weren't much either, which is what surprised me. Kangaroo. I don't know what the hell this is, but it looks like it's a poor man's Donkey Kong. So we'll try. That family looks really, really happy, don't they? They're really happy. Now, granted, they are... Okay, this... you probably can't see it. 1988. Kangaroo's dope, is it? I can tell because look at how much fun he's having. And they're all really excited that he's having the fun. And that clearly that picture is from 1988 when it says. Because doesn't that look like the... That doesn't look like the 70s at all. That's definitely the 80s. Definitely. I've only played the arcade version though. Oh yeah, I'm going to go out on a limb. And I'm going to say they look happy on the outside. On the outside, yeah. We're getting a paycheck. Just keep smiling. Just keep smiling or Atari will send the Robotrons for us. English, Italiano, French. Okay. Made in Hong Kong, printed on Hong Kong. I'm going to go out on a limb and say this isn't going to be as good as the arcade version. Call me crazy. Kangaroo had a cartoon adaptation on Saturday Supercade, if that's helpful. That tells me that this might be a good game. Because I've never played Kangaroo. I have never played... I'm not familiar with this one. Alright, let me find a place to cut it open. Ah, there we go. There's a tear. Tear in the shrink wrap. Yeah, they were still, just so chat knows, Atari was still making 2600 games. I'm not talking about just 7800. They were still making 2600 games, I guess, until 1992. So Atari, you know, say what you will. You compare that to like the NES, where the longevity of it, the official longevity, was only like 19, in the States, was like 85 or 86 to 93? And meanwhile, Atari, the 2600 started in like 80 or 78, something like that, and it kept going. It was a 25 year system. Or a 20, yeah, 20, yeah. No, my math is wrong. Like a 50, 80 to 90. No, 15 year system. Okay. Madamus cannot math. Madamus brain is fried. This, by the way, this one I got really cheap. I was kind of surprised on this. I got this one really cheap. And I've seen other copies on eBay priced a lot more, so I think I kind of got lucky with this one. Maybe it's just something that's not sought. Maybe it is one that's just so common it's not sought. When the NES when SNES released the NES was Jover. Kinda. They kept it around. They kept it around and they kept licensing things, but they were clearly drawing it back. Now, if the Aladdin would have succeeded, Nintendo could have been in trouble because their plans to discontinue the NES might not have mattered. It might have just kept going for another, say, 5 years. Okay, this one does not have a thumb flap thing. So it's going to be a little more difficult to open carefully without bending it. Oh my god. Okay, there's one flap. Come on, baby, please. Please, come on, baby. Come on, you know I love you. Come on, come on. Come on, just stick it. Just come on. Ah, please, please. Oh, come on, don't do me like that. Trying to open on hand cam and that ain't happening apparently. Ah, there we go. Boom. Nailed in one. 94, thank you. The last game was Warrior Woods. Okay, I knew that was the last game. At least from Nintendo. I know there was an Impossible Mission 2, another copy of that released later, but I didn't know it was 94. Interesting, okay. All right, boxes are different on the inside too. This one is. Okay, apparently getting the cartridge out is going to be an issue. Once again, no sleeve. Color label. That's good. Fighting the case is also... Yeah, like you said earlier, that's the final boss. So there you go. Cartridge for the Atari 2600 VCS. 1988. Okay, this was... oh, and that's interesting, too. Sun Electronics. That's Sunsoft. Double the fun for me. You struggle in the game and just try to get the game out of the box. Yeah. So this is Sunsoft, chat. Sun Electronics. And I'm looking 1988, so this must be a late release. This is so yeah, that's not an 80s family. What do we got in here as far as the manual? Let's take a look again. Okay, we got another warranty, and we got black and white manual. All right, that's fine. Oh, that's interesting. The manual, that's not annoying that you have to do that with the manual and fold it out like a poster. I don't want to like bend it up. Okay, whatever. Let me put that back in. So there we go. That's how that one is packaged down. The inside, if you could see, that's where the cartridge would have gone with it. Yeah, I never would have thought of Sunsoft on, man, 1988, they could have put this thing on the NES. And instead, it's on the Atari. And because of that, it probably couldn't get on the NES because of Nintendo's, you know, draconian licensing rules. Which, I mean, a few games they were able to get away with on multiple systems, like Ghostbusters, but not that Ghostbusters is a great game. We got one last game to open. Okay? One last one to open, and it's a Namco. It is not Galaga. That's on the way. That's 7,800. But on 2,600, they did have Galaxian. I love Galaxian. I love Galaga, too. I love the XEGS version of Galaxian. There is no 7,800 version. So I'm curious how the 2,600... Oh, wow. They got the same family. They got the same family to show up. They haven't even changed their clothes. They just love these games so much they don't ever stop playing. They have never stopped playing since 1970 whatever. Yep. Dying on the inside. What's the year on the box? 1983. Okay, this is an older one. 1983. And it's got this, it's got some German sticker on it, too. I don't know what the deal... Just like home. Just like home, yep. Okay, this one's got a middle seam, so that'll make it easier to get open. Good. Yeah, this is... I mean, it's not a PAL copy, as far as I know. Okay, at least it's got the center seam. That makes it easier for me to tear open. Interesting also, no barcode. It's got a place for a barcode, but I guess maybe because 83, I don't know. Maybe they didn't have pre-made UPC stickers. Well. Well, I ruined that sticker. Oh, well. I wasn't going to save it anyway. Oh! Hey, Atari is a Warner Communications company. So at some point, chat, Atari was in the hands of Warner Brothers. That's... What the hell? Okay, I don't know what that was that just fell out of there, but that didn't... That was weird. Something crusty fell out. And it wasn't from me. Yeah, there's some more. Oh, please don't let this be infested with bugs. Okay, I don't know what the N means. Oh, it's NTSC. Yes, that's when Atari died. Just like, that's when Atari died. The N, I'm guessing, is NTSC. I didn't even notice that. Oh, and it's got like an Atari seal of quality. Like a reflective seal of quality on their chat. That's nifty. Let me throw this down. Because I do know... Oh, no. We might wait on opening this one, chat, because I'm going to need a razor blade. I'm going to need a razor blade. E.T. Being one of the... When Warner bought Atari and forced them to make all those bad games. No, part of Atari's problem, apparently, was that the no licensing thing. So everyone was putting the stuff out, from what I read, was a big thing. Let me see. Imagine if Atari was stuck in that hell WB is going through now, being stuck between Netflix, Bio, and Paramount hostile takeover. Yeah. I still think Paramount's the better of the two options, at least for home video reasons. Yeah, when Atari forced him to make the bad E.T. being one. Yeah, E.T. Yeah. Jump. Yeah, so this one, chat, we're not going to try it tonight. I'm not going to open this right now. I know I promised unboxing, but here's the problem. This thing is glued shut. I am going to have to get a razor blade, and I am going to have to very carefully go underneath this glue because I don't want to damage it too much. It's got a tab. Look at that. I don't know if you can see it in the camera because there. It's got a tab like a cereal box. And it's glued shut, also like a cereal box. Nolan sold Atari for $28 million. Really? WB changed their whole business model after they bought Atari. It made most of their best people quit. Are y'all just making this up, or is this for real? If so, that's interesting. If so, I had no idea. Man, that's a deep dive I'd love to do. But we're going to have to wait on this one. We're going to have to wait on this game because of that box. I'm not going to fight with that tonight. And I hope you guys understand. I hope y'all understand that I don't want to deal with that sort of I don't want to accidentally really tear it up on stream. A lot of the ones who left founded Blizzard. Really? I did not know that. That is really cool. I'll have to read up on that. I will have to read up on that. I looked up the purchase. Interesting. Okay, man, y'all. I need to do more deep dives, I guess, on some of this. Because I'm clearly lacking. Okay. We are going to try Bentley Bear. Actually, here. Let me put these over here. In case we try Tiger Heli later. I'll probably wait and do Ninja Golf on its own stream. Because that's going to be an acid trip and a half. Yeah, so that crusty stuff must have been some of the glue. So hopefully that's a sign that when I actually try to cut it, it'll go easily. Let me get this thing plugged in, chat. We're going to do a little quick run through of it. We're going to use the wired control. The ports are there. B and A, I don't know. Okay, I guess maybe you can switch which one's port A and port B or something. I don't know. All right. Or are those the difficulty switches? I don't know. I'm not going to read the instructions tonight. We're just going to try to plug this thing in. Let me put this on the controller here. We're going to try that Bentley Bear. Let me... okay, first things first, let's plug in the power, and then I'll get the HDMI. Can I reach one of my HDMIs to this so I don't have to hook up the other? Let me see. I might be able to. Yeah, I've got an HDMI here for my retro consoles, and I probably just tore up everything under here by doing this, but yeah, I can use my own HDMI, so that's good. HDMI in, okay. Now I just gotta get the power, if I can find the cords again. Okay. We're finally going to game, chat. We are finally going to game. After 50,000 years, we are going to game. What do we got? I recall the creator of Showbiz Pizza, which Chuck E. Cheese later took over, had something to do with the creation of Atari. Really? That's interesting. It's interesting how everything's just sort of melted together, all the things connected, isn't it? It's okay, makes sense. Don't worry about it. Yeah. No, I'm not worried, but just wanted to make it clear to everyone, you know. You're gonna unbox everything. You're a fraud, man. You're a fraud. Unsubscribe. SMH, man. Okay. I was trying to see if it said which cable was which, but I guess both these cables are the same. So we will just open. Will it please tear open easily? Will it tear open without me having to tear up the bag? I'm going to have to clip this later. I'll clip the bag later. Yeah, I'll just cut the bag later, but I'll go ahead and tear it now. So you'll need nice. The yapping was great before the games. Thank you, Omegs. Bless. Yeah, we're only going to do a little bit because I'm curious what it looks like. Madamus, unsubscribe. Me, I should subscribe to Madamus so I can do that. Oh my gosh. Don't. Whoops, the power on this was on. Wait, what? What? How's this powered on? Wait, it's not plugged in. The hell is going on here? Chat, it's getting power from the HDMI. It's getting power from the HDMI. Oh, and now it's not. Where was that HDMI connected to? Whatever it was connected to was powering it until I powered off my PC. I don't like that. That's freaking me out. That's really freaking me out. That's really freaking me out. Yo, wow. Okay. The hell? I'm kind of genuinely at a loss at this point. All right, power. I hope I didn't accidentally fry it. If so, I'm within the Amazon return window. All right, let me get the little brick, and we'll plug it into the ups, because that's what I got here. The ups, the part of it that. Ow! Can I find room here to scoot backwards without breaking my entire room? Okay. Here we go. There we go. Now it's powering off. The other way, it wouldn't even power off. So it was doing... That HDMI was doing something to it that doesn't make me comfy. Okay, here we go, chat. Let me... All right. Finally, after 10 billion years, door transition. Okay, chat. Please connect a video source. I know I'm working on hydration break. Real quick, if you got a drink, take a drink, hydrate or dehydrate. I'm going to power this on without a game first. I just want to see. Okay, it's powering on. There we go. Atari logo. That looks squished. Yeah, that does look squished. Okay, there. Let me fix the stream avatars with that. Cut. Okay. No game detected. Well, we're about to change that, chat, because we're going to try Bentley Bear. We're going to try Bentley Bear's Crystal Quest. Now, I believe this was a homebrew that Atari felt strong enough about releasing as their signature cartridge for the 7800 Pro system. Okay, I don't know. Okay, it's in. Loading game. Yeah, it's an emulation-based thing because look at the way it's loading. It is emulation-based. Okay, that's fine. Except how long it takes to load the game. Okay, this I don't like. I don't really like how it's taking time to load. That's not, accurate to the real cartridge, to an old 7800. Continue? Wait a second. Here, let me read chat. Showbiz, pizza, kind of complicated, but long story short is Atari created pizza restaurants for arcade game, quarter mining purposes, and Nolan basically bought them from Atari. That's a smart idea. Do it. Continue. Let's see what happens. Yeah, I want to see what continue does. Oh, no, it doesn't. Apparently, it's just a continue. Okay, now I'm going to... First things first. This is better than your normal Atari. This ain't like Atari 2600. Now, it doesn't look as good as the Atari... As like... Whoops. Okay, apparently I'm supposed to jump over that. Oh. Oh. Okay, that's... Oh, okay, I can't do that. I really hate the button placement on this gamepad. I'm going to have to see... Okay, he can run fast if I hold the button, so it is playing like a Mario. But wow, the loading, that is. Oh, that's a weapon. What? The loading? Let me see. Loading, what is the loading? More than the inaccuracy, it seems kind of stupidly long for such a low-spec game. Yeah, they're loading the ROMs into it is what it is. I could tell. Maybe continue means from later levels. Yeah. Is it just me, or is this like... Yo! Do you know what this is? This is like Adventure Island. This is Wonder Boy, but with Bentley Bear. Seriously, this is Wonder Boy. That Mountain Grating gave me Windows 95. Maybe continue. Yeah, yeah, this is... Oops. It's Wonder Boy. Yeah, oh, balls. Yeah, as I remember, I can't pause it from here. I gotta press the button on the unit. Okay. In 77, Warner Brothers buys Atari. 78, they changed the CEO. In 1980, the old CEO funds Activision. Really? Well, that explains all the cool Activision games that wound up on Atari. I was going to say Mario Power-Up in game. Yeah, this game looks really good. I need to check if it's actually like that. Yeah. This is, I'm telling you right now, it's Adventure Island, or Wonder Boy, the original Wonder Boy. And there is a Steam version like a Wonder Boy Deluxe, not to be confused with Dragon's Trap or anything. Yeah. The controller sucks, though. I'm telling you right now, the button placement is too far apart. Wonder Boy, what is the secret of your power? Did it say that in the game? I don't even remember. Yeah, except chat, there is a difference. In Wonder Boy, there was food you would collect so you didn't run out of energy. So far, okay, it's honey that you have to collect, and there's not as much of it. But it's basically like Wonder Boy. Maybe not quite, but close. But seriously. You know, okay, I want to pause this for a second. Hypothetically, chat, if this game would have come out with this system at the same time Super Mario Brothers came out, hypothetically, the 7800 could have given the Nintendo Entertainment System a run for its money. Because people were looking for something different, and this is different. This is the Mario Brothers. This is the equivalent. If Atari would have had this, it would have cut. I think you combine that with the backwards compatibility to the massive 2600 library, there is a good chance that the Pro system could have done some damage to Nintendo. Okay, what? Wonder Boy. Oh, okay. See, I've never listened to much Tenacious D. Jack Black. Were you changing direct each frame during the jump earlier, or is that just a weird graphical thing? Let me take a look at it. I don't know for sure. I shouldn't have been it might have just been, I don't know. Let me see. No, those are Tenacious D. Song lyrics, new Atari CEO called the programmers prima donnas. You got to love why the company went bankrupt. Gotcha, yeah. It doesn't look like it's doing anything weird. He just raises his legs. It looked like you were spinning, but with... Huh. I don't know. Maybe it did something weird and I missed it. Yeah, not anymore. Maybe it was just a glitch. Maybe it was a glitch. But in all seriousness, you look at what Nintendo... This controller is... I'm going to have to try a Sega Genesis controller eventually with this, because I do think... Yeah, okay, that's what it is. It is just to continue where you were. This really could. This could have been, Something like this could have been Atari's answer to escape irrelevancy. I mean, they're not irrelevant, you know, entirely, but you know what I mean. Continue count 1. We're only going to play it for a few minutes anyway. We're going to switch over to Tiger Heli pretty soon. Try some of the other stuff out. The trees just kind of get stuck there. So the programming on those ain't the best. Oh, geez. And I can't go back, so I can't get the honey. Oh, well, what can you do? I noticed that it just got darker out, too. The sky got darker. So it is going, like, maybe... Oh, I can't. How do you get up there? I don't know. Maybe there's a secret entrance. I'd have to probably look up a playthrough. A playthrough for an Atari game, yo. Oh. Alright. I'm gonna see if there's a boss. I want to see if there's a boss. Let me see if I could get through all of level 1 and we'll find out. Oh, hey! Chat, there was parallax scrolling. Look at the grass behind. An Atari system with parallax scrolling? Cosmic Arc Stream Win. I don't have Cosmic Arc. If I can find a new copy, but it'd have to be cheap. I think that those were going for a lot, because I did... Oh, darn it. Okay, I suck at this, but seriously, parallax scrolling in an Atari game. That is not expected. Graphics going crazy. Yeah, for an Atari, this is super impressive. Like I said, I don't think that this would have ever... I think Nintendo would have won in the end, but I think that this, still... Atari, copying Sega's homework, yeah. I do think, seriously, this... You could, like I said, you factor in, the large Atari 2600 library, and this thing really... Balls. And this thing really could have, I don't know. I don't know what would have happened to the industry if Atari would have been playing with this sort of deck. I see you say jump, and I think I'm supposed to jump, which is probably true, too. I hate that weird eyeball thing. Yeah, this controller is just really weak sauce. Continue count 2. And I just want to get past the first stage, too. There we go. Ah, those skeletons are annoying. Yeah, it is getting darker out. Which, again, that's something else in Atari games wouldn't have been heard of. If they would have had this out at something like this at the time, instead of just asteroids, instead of more asteroids and more Pac-Man. Well, everything that could have been, it's just like when I think about the Aladdin and everything that could have been, I guess. Okay. Oh, it opens to a hole? Alright. Whatever. The funny irony is back in 2010, I could have bought every Atari 2600 from a few stores in town for less than 100. Yeah, probably, except for very few of them, yeah. Except for, like, maybe some of the really rare stuff like Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Yeah, there is a Texas Chainsaw Massacre game on Atari. And probably Custer's Revenge, too. This is a lot different than Crystal Castles. Oh, oops, Man, I choked. I choked on my jump. Glad your ammo's infinite. And yeah, it throws just like Wonder Boy 2. The only thing that's missing is it doesn't have all the fruit. Your energy meter doesn't go down as fast, and you don't have to. So you don't have to. Oh yeah, that's what it is. Where he spins funny. If you trip on the rock, he like gets confused. Game store near me has the play cable for Atari. Funnily enough, I don't even know what the play cable is. Miss her jump as junk there. Oh gosh. But yeah, there's that weird when he starts spinning around. It's if you hit one of those rocks. But yeah, if it would have had fruit to get more energy, it would definitely be just a clone of Wonder Boy. It's pretty close still, though. I recognize the song. Yeah. Dearest mother, dearest father, I'm at camp. Na 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 na. I know, yeah, I know what song you're talking about. Oh, I choked again. It must be in the public domain. I'm guessing they used public domain music. Oh no. There we go. I think the spinning around meant to mirror the Wonder Boy trip over a rock. Yeah, something like that. So it's like he's getting stunned, yeah. Camp Granada, thank you. Yeah, I knew I'd heard that before, thank you. I kept trying to place it as we've been playing this. Oh, hello. Okay. Dude, those skeletons jump out of the bottomless pits. Yep. Those cheaters, indeed. We're still on stage 1. I wonder if we'll ever get to any future. Man, look at all that parallax. Ah, balls. I just want to see if there's a boss. I just want to see if there's a boss fight on this thing. Round 5 of level 1. I would guess if there's going to be, it's going to be round 5. Trying to be. Man, a lot of enemies. And yeah, the button placement on this controller. Atari had a good idea with the gamepad, but this looks like what, 4 layers of parallax? Yeah, I would say it. 3 or 4. Oh no, no! Oh man, on 8-bit hardware. And I mean, they had parallax, you know, on the NES, but yeah, it was not. I mean, maybe some. I think Joe and Mac, excuse me. Joe and Mac on NES had a lot of parallax, so it might have been like 4 layers. I don't know. I'd have to go back and take a look. I know it was heavy. Yep, is that song Hello? Yeah, Camp Granada or whatever. Hello, hello, Father. Na 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 na. Camp Granada. Na na na. Na 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 na. Yep. Yeah, not much to write home about in the way of the music on the game. That's unfortunate, but still. Okay. Is there going to be a boss fight, or is this just going to keep doing like this? If it goes round 2, we'll go ahead and shut it off. Round 6, okay. How many levels are there then? Okay, let me wait for this. For the bees to come down. Oh, more. Wait, is that... Oh! Wait! Oh, man! Oh, that's weird. It's like it's in a whole different layer. Look at that. That is bizarre. This is almost Sega Genesis level of parallax. Yeah, I'd read that the 7800, like I said earlier, there were some things apparently that it was technically better than the NES with, while even though most, especially in terms of sound, it was worse. But I read there were a few things that it had that Nintendo don't. Oh, I guess they can't jump out of that much of a pit. Alan Sherman, Camp Granada. Okay, thank you. Oh, was he one of the Sherman brothers? Oh, well, those don't get out. Good. Oh, the platform moves with the parallax. That was trippy. What a cool effect. Yeah, some of the bottomless ones they can jump out of, but some they can't. Okay. Greetings, Aiden. Welcome in, welcome in. We are trying the Atari 7800 Plus. Mom and Dad had a record with this song. Might still nice. Okay. Well, welcome in, Aiden. I hope you are having a good night. Yeah, it's an, oh well, hell. So that thing you can't kill, the zombie. I guess? Or is that the boss? Oh, yeah, you just have to hit it a bunch. Great, and you? Good, thanks. Throat's a little rough from overstreaming, but what can you do? Okay, Madamus, I enjoyed the unboxing a lot, but no, go ahead. But two things. One, Atari SE just published an ad a few minutes ago for the Atari Hotel that was supposed to be in Vegas, but is now going to be in Arizona. Interesting. Two, the commercial is AI slop. No! So they didn't learn anything from their failed NFT loot crate. Oh, that's unfortunate. Thank you for the info, though. That is super interesting, Alex. Thank you for the info. That's interesting. And yeah, that's really unfortunate. All aboard the Madamus Padamus Express. Choo-choo, indeed, except for my throat, apparently. Did it see? Oh, no, it's level 1, round 7. We're still not through the first round. So they're still going, but it's clear if they're going. But it's unclear if they're going to go bankrupt a 5th time next year. Darn it. Of course. So I buy something else and a company's going bankrupt. We got another Ouya, folks. Oh, you sick? No, I've just streamed a bit too much. I've damaged my throat a bit over the past week, so just need to rest it over the weekend. Nothing serious that I know of. Unless I'm wrong. One of us will be the first to know. Anyways, I need to finish budgeting. Ah, gotcha. So I'm going to switch from watching to lurking. Hey, thank you for lurking and thank you for watching both. Good luck with the budget. Never fun. I mean, unless you're into that sort of thing. May your throat get better. Thank you, Jennifer. Have fun with this classic game made by a company that's changed so much. Yeah, it's nothing like the one from the 70s, and if the same model. Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting the stuff that it was technically able to do and they didn't capitalize on. Atari had the perfect chance to make an Atari Hotel ad in the style of Hotel Mario. And they did AI slop instead. That sucks. That pisses me off. That pisses me off with Atari. That really does. That makes me angry. Because I do feel like they've been on a roll. I feel like, it's sad when a company's on a roll and then they blow it with something stupid. Unforced error. Oh, no. There we go. Atari never ever went bankrupt. Joking! Yeah, I was about to... Really? Wait, what? Okay. Oh, darn it, I choked again. I don't know how many rounds are in... You know what, chat? I'm going to go ahead and stop this one. And I am going to grab... I'm going to put this in the sleeve. We're going to try Tiger Heli real quick. I am really curious to see Tiger Heli on this thing, other than from other streamers. I really want to see Tiger Heli on this thing tonight. Because I think that's the big baller. again, Tiger Heli, if Atari had put this out, if Atari and Toa Planet had put this out then as like a launch title, man, oh man, this would have done some damage to the Nintendo. All right, so cartridge goes in. That one sounded a lot better too going in. It didn't grind. Is the song copyright? No, I think it's public domain. I think that's why they used it. Probably it's public domain. I mean, it is just an ad, so it's not the worst thing ever just yet. They could course... Yeah, it's just unfortunate because it's an error they did not have to make, Cabbases. It's something... It's such an obvious... And you'd think they'd be smarter about it given all the backlash that companies like McDonald's have been getting, you know? And this is coming from someone who's not against all AI and everything. I sort of take the lawnmower girl approach to it. All right, so here we go. We turned it on. It's going to load. It's going to take a minute. Hydration break. If you got a drink, take a drink. Hydrate or dehydrate. Yeah, I think if we do some Atari streams, but we don't, unless there's something really special, we don't devote a single stream to a single game. I think if we just do like Atari gaming streams, I think this could work. Oh, man. Oh, it's already feeling good. This one's already, even though it's cropping the screen a bit at the top. Huh, that's weird. Even on my monitor, it's cropping that a bit. That's odd. Okay, well, whatever. All right, fine. Start. I gotta press. Oh, yeah. Haha. Oops, I wasted a bomb. Okay, the sound is a bit staticky. Oh, that's not something to collect. Okay. Oops. I'm going to turn my volume down just a bit, chat. Whoops. I paused it and my helicopter kept flying. That's not good. Let me turn that down just a pinch. Oops, I wasted it again. Yeah, I hear some static occasionally. That could be my connection, though. Yeah, that could be my connection. It could be my, because it does show, like, overmodulated. Oh, darn. Well, we can see how this is going, chat. But again, it's a heck of a step up from, say, Galaga or Galaxian. Yeah, that static I'm getting in the audio is odd. Can't wait for Ninja Golf. Yeah, we'll probably save that, I think, for... that will get its own stream. That I'm going to wait and give it its own stream. That looked like they blew the entire budget on the title screen. The rest of the game looks Master System. Yeah, but still for Atari... For Atari 7800, it's impressive. Oops. I think for an Atari thing, this is impressive. This is a great game. Yeah. Tough as nails, but great. All right, let's try it again. Even though the audio's overmodulated, that's... So it's coming in hot. I'll have to figure out a way to fix that. Weird static from the explosions. Yeah, I wish there was a volume adjustment on this. It is like they're overmodulated and it's kicking in with that. Do I have a limiter on my gaming? Let me check. All right. Here, I'm going to check something. Filter, properties, filters. No, I don't. That might help. Let me put the limiter up to 5 decibels. We'll see if that helps. I like using limiters. It's something... No, it's still doing that with the static. That is weird. I'll have to listen to it through a different TV just to see if it has to do with this. It could be because I'm not going direct HDMI in. It could be my HDMI to analog. It could be my HDMI to analog. So I'll work on that this week. Play for a few more minutes and then maybe I will try something else because, yeah, those sounds are kind of getting to me. The static. All over. I guess so, but I felt like Bentley Bear gave me a better impression of the hardware. I agree. Still a pretty good version of this, though. I can tell you it's got a higher frame rate than the NES. The NES on this is like 15 frames per second. It's like halved. Because it's a lot choppier. Now, it's got better sound, undoubtedly. Okay. Yeah, I think that, yeah, that sound, there's something with that. Or maybe I do need to update the firmware, too, because it did make the comment with this game specifically about making sure your system's updated. So I'll have to check that out, too, before we ever do another stream with this. Let me do something else. Let me do that Kangaroo real quick, and so we can see 2600 on this thing. I'm going to wait on Ninja Golf. Actually, I might pull out. I'm going to wait on Karateka for sure. Okay, so Kangaroo I want to do. I might do that. I might check Robotron real quick. Let me check. I do want to see what Robotron looks like on this. Even though I'll be doing it single stick. Let's try the Robotron. Yeah, I wish it had buttons for the menu, something where I could. I wonder with the 4-3. I'm going to switch that 4-3 switch real quick, and I'm going to switch to. Okay, there's the easy cap. There we go. Let me try this real quick. I do want to try one thing. Let's see. Cut. This is just out of curiosity. It's not going to make a difference with it, but it might not. Well, no, the screen is still squished, so. I think. Loading game. Yeah, it looks squished. Yeah, I'm switching that. Can I switch it on the fly? Good. All right. Okay. Boom. All right. Let's try it out real quick. Oh, boy. Novice! Even novice, this game's gonna beat my face in. Yeah, this would have been much easier with twin stick. Rescue the humans! I'm all ready. That was just being dumb. All right, there we go. Rescue the humans and... Oh, you gotta be pushing the button at the same time? Rescue human. Oh, the robot's got someone. You're on expert, of course. No, heck no, not with this one, balls! I'm on novice. I am on novice. Or did I accidentally do... Wait, no, select. Okay, there. No, novice. There. Okay, now I'm checking again. Novice. There. Boom. Hey, baby. All right, there we go. Okay. Okay, they got one of the humans. Let me get her. What the hell? Oh my gosh, this is novice. Chat, this is novice. This is novice. Bro. Oh my gosh. Yo, no! Seriously. Novice. But like I said, this is what, I guess that makes you sub-novice then. Yeah, but seriously, this is part of Atari's problem. Releasing stuff like this when they could have been releasing stuff like Tiger Heli. Think about it. They could have been releasing stuff like Tiger Heli and they're releasing this. I guess they forgot baby mode. Yeah, I need baby mode with this one. Oh no, those wormholes are going to let those, more of those, balls. No! Yeah, they forgot the baby mode. Oh my gosh, save the earth while repopulate. This is brought to you by Say So Lotion. Oh, hell. But it's so much less impressive. It's so much less impressive than the stuff we just looked at. This thing 8 quarters so much it's not even funny. I wouldn't have never had enough money to get anywhere in this game, in the arcade. Ah. Really, I got extra lives? How'd that happen? Oh, well, can't rescue him. Okay. Yeah, we'll try, after this, we will try the 2600 Kangaroo, and then we'll probably, Fizzgig, do a raid. Alright, 1, 2. There is some cheating going on this. Yeah, this game is the devil. Yeah, this game makes Smash TV look like a walk in the park. They did not intend you to beat anything but the first level. And then they take all your quarters. At least you get extra lives pretty easily. But again, I'm in novice. Pro system for pro gamers. Yep. And the worst part is, I think that Robotron's like the most expensive game I've bought. That and one that I'm waiting on, which is Ms. Pac-Man, because apparently this does have a good version. I don't know how they can make it. Yeah, I'm on baby mode already. What's left? Yeah, that game is... How can they make it harder? By having it in arcades and taking your money too, so that you're broke in addition to losing. All right, let's go ahead and try. Let's do Kangaroo real quick. I want to see how the Atari 2600 stuff fares on this, which is where the compatibility stuff is. One good thing about this, good versus bad, the compatibility list, it is compatible with everything on 7800. Atari 2600, there are a few games, including Pitfall 2, that are not compatible. Ooh, there's fuzz in there. Huh. Was this the weird smelling one? No, it wasn't this one. Maybe it was Karateka. One of them smelled weird, and I can't remember which. Okay, Kangaroo. Now we gotta wait for the load up. I'm curious, what's the high score in this game? I don't know. I didn't pay attention. Oh, gosh. Good question, Judd. Good question. Yeah, this I hate, too, the loading. I hate that it's clearly using an emulation-based system. Kangaroo, 1983. Yo! 1983. Oh, that doesn't grate your ears. Okay, so it punches. Oh, you can jump and punch. Got it. Oh! Well, hell, you can't... Oh, and you can duck. Okay. 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 Let's see if I can make it off one floor. Oh, I keep hitting that. The last game. Yeah, no, I don't know what the high score was. I just know I didn't get it. Oh. Okay. The gamepad seems to kind of go wonky with this. Oh. Yay! Oh, good. Yeah, the gamepad seems to really be a lot more touchy and think it's jumping. You know, that's interesting. Yeah, interesting is a word for it. Interesting is a word for it. Yeah. Yeah, that's a word. So I guess I can't even select easier. Oh, those must be the higher levels. So I was on baby mode. I was on baby mode. Oh, here's a question. Can we pause it with the, you can pause. Okay, you can pause. Yeah, I'm not going to keep. Let's go ahead and head back to the library and go ahead and wrap things up for the night, chat. Let's go ahead and just have a chat. Oh, man, door transition. Okay, let me put this back. And you got wrecked in baby goo goo gaga mode. Yep. Yep, the games were different back then. Games hit different. People taught... I've got a thought, chat. And this is coming to my mind because of things said by Omegs and now by you, Mahese. Everyone talks about NES hard. Everyone says, you know, oh, you played hard, Bev. You played NES hard. I'm starting to think that NES hard ain't got nothing at all on Atari hard. I'm thinking Atari hard is the actual hard mode. Just move these out of the way. Let me unhook a little bit of this thing real quick, just so I don't have to deal with this much later. I'll check on that sound thing though. That static was weird. Let me plug this thing back in. Where's the... Oh my gosh. Atari have ET, so I didn't say NES is hard. Yeah, that's true. The ET on Atari, which you got to figure out how to play, and a lot of people, I guess, people couldn't figure out how to play. What was it, Raiders of the Lost Ark? Because the Raiders of the Lost Ark game on NES, on Atari, required 2 joysticks, and a lot of people didn't realize that. So they were just banging their stick around, wondering why they couldn't move anything or do anything. Well, it's a feature. Hardcore gamers got to go back to Atari. Yeah, I'm starting to think, you know, the whole, where they called it the Atari Pro system, and I was joking about because it's for professionals. That wasn't a joke. I'm guessing that wasn't a joke. How about Galaxy Man? I don't know how to spell. If you're talking about Galaga, I do have that on the way. And I do want to play, or Galaxian. If you're talking about Galaxian, I couldn't get it open. But we'll play it on another stream. Let me unplug this. Darn, if I can reach the brick. The little teeny tiny USB brick. All right, there it is. Yeah, the other day I thought I was unplugging something on my up system, and I wound up accidentally unplugging my hard drive casing. That was smart. What do we got? But yeah, we'll do Galaxian sometime. We'll do a few others of these. We'll do some future Atari streams. It's just not always going to be. It's not going to be single game for a single stream type thing. My Dutch friend, drew my favorite OC character for Christmas. That was my Christmas present yesterday. Nice! I drew 2 of her characters for Christmas. Nice! Who is your favorite OC character, if you don't mind my ask? Original character. Well, it would be yours then. Okay, it would be of you. Okay. My brain isn't braining, guy. But that's awesome. Nice! Nice. Stuff like that's cool, because that comes from the heart. Gifts from the heart are so nice. Mega Man X6. Let's go back. I missed a few things here. Mega Man X6 is the one game I screaming in beat with the background music. Nice. Yeah, that's one thing that Atari misses so much is background music. That's one thing. That Bentley Bear game, Crystal Quest, at least it had background music, even if it was da-na-na-na, da-na-na-na. At least it had a BGM. And likewise, Tiger Heli's BGM was rocking. It was just the explosion sound effects that were doing something weird. And I think it's my, I do think it's my with my HDMI. And there may not be anything I can do about that, chat. There might not be anything I could do about that. I don't know. We'll see. I'll see if I can figure... thinking, Madamus, thinking. How did I used to hook those things in? Just a moment. I'm trying to remember how I used to hook these things in. Okay, I always used that, but how did I used to hook my normal consoles in? The sound. Just a moment, chat. I'm trying to... My brain isn't quite remembering. How the hell did I used to... Oh, I know what I did. Oh, and it may not work. Okay, I'll figure something out. Oh, good night, Judd. Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate it. I gotta take care of a few things. Want to wish everyone a good night, sir. Hey, thank you, Daylin, for hanging out as long as you did. Have a great night. Appreciate it as always. Thanks for the stream. Hey, thank you, Judd. It's fine. It's a detective character. I have lore for her. Nice. By screaming, I mean rage quit. Ah, okay. I thought you were just enjoying the music. Yeah, Atari, I can't even call, I can't even call some of these games like rage quit. I can't even call like Robotron a rage quit. That was just I see what a failure I am quit. That was a I know my limitations quit, and my limitations are vast apparently quit. But as far as the I drew her Mermaid Melody, OC, nice, and Tokyo Mew Mew. Okay, I've heard Tokyo Mew Mew before. OC, she loved the Christmas picture. Nice. Well, congrats. Good. We love artists. Thank you for reminding me. I need to check my Google Forms and make sure I haven't missed anything. I'll do that real quick in case there's anyone I need to thank. Google.com/ This is the wrong browser. I'm in the wrong browser. Man, I am the streamer of all time. I am the internet user of all time. Google Forms. Let me just make sure I haven't missed anything. I try to check it every few days. I don't get notifications for anything. Responses. Okay, no responses. Good. Just making sure. Because I'd feel... do you consider memes as fan art? I guess so, sure. Yeah, why not? I mean, the fan art thing, I'd take what... I'm not specific on stuff like that, and I appreciate everything. Madamus, I'm going to stream Saturday chat. I'm going to stream Saturday chat. Oh, me streaming. Oh, gotcha, okay. Do you consider memes as fan art? Yeah. Get on all the wrong browsers. Well, I didn't open Firefox, at least. I do have so here are my browsers. I've got Chrome, and I don't like using it, but I have to use it for YouTube stuff because of the chat. And so it makes it easier with that. Then I use my my Opera for Twitter and most other things. We gotta get a Saturday stream somehow. I've done them before, rarely, but because I've got my side gig on Sunday morning, that's what puts a wrench in it. Now, if I wind up resigning from my side gig, there will be signs, and one of those will be Saturday streams, probably. Darn it, hydration break. If you gotta drink, take a drink. You know the drill. Throaty throat, crying. I gotta open the other can here. Unlimited Matt streams. Yeah. I don't want to lose that Sunday thing, because I do. It is a nice to help supplement other things that I do too. Yowzers. Pay your workers, Matt. Job. That's a job. Yeah. So final thoughts on the 7800 Plus. I like the design. I like that Atari went... I love the fact that it's got the brushed aluminum. and isn't just a sticker. The build quality is nice. I don't like the Atari gamepad, but that's just the classic design. So they kept it the classic design, that's fine. I wouldn't mind seeing Atari put out a modernized gamepad for this. I don't like that it uses an emulation-based system, it seems, because it seems like it's loading. The reason it's taking time, I could tell, it's loading games from, it's like copying the ROM, it's doing like the Robotron 5. It's copying ROMs off of the cartridge into the system. That seems to be how it's loading. So that's why you're running into compatibility issues. I don't like that. I wish it was an FPGA chip. I wish Atari would have done, even if it would have raised the price by, say, $50. No one wants to pay $50 more, but I do wish it would have used what's called an FPGA chip, a fully programmable gaming adapter. Some people say graphics adapter, whatever. It's what's used in a lot of the really higher quality third-party builds, like Mister things, if you've ever heard of the Mister. Because it can really mimic the original hardware. So, little disappointed in that. The sound thing seems to be a side effect. I don't think it's on their end. I think that's mine. I think that's because I have to, because my capture does really wonky. My video capture does wonky with HDMI. And so I have to feed the HDMI into something that splits it to analog. And there's no controlling the volume. It's just maxing it out. I think that is the problem. I wish I could use the HDMI audio, but I have real audio sync problems. Maybe this wouldn't have those sync problems. I'll check it maybe someday. Maybe the other motherboard won't too. Unless I can't cancel the motherboard and wait on that. I don't know. I'm looking to see on this. It's got... Okay, one thing that's kind of getting me, it's got what look like ventilation holes on the top of the unit, and it looks like they're fake. I think they just copied the original thing. I don't think it's actual ventilation. It's got ventilation at the back. I don't like that it didn't include a power brick with the USB power cable. It's got some scuffs on the plastic, too, on the sides. I just am noticing. I don't like that because the glossy black. But we live with that. And I don't like that the Bentley Bear was not a boxed copy. We already talked about that. But I will say, if you're looking for something different, chat, and you want to pick up just a few cool games, like, say, Ninja Golf, which we haven't played, but you know it's going to be... You know it's a banger. I know it's going to be a banger. And Tiger Heli, and some of the other things that Atari's putting out, and maybe some other things that you'd have to hunt down online that you can find. I will say, chat, I think that $50 is well worth it if you can get this on a Black Friday special. I think the price tag it normally goes for of around $110 to $130, maybe more. I feel like that's too much for something that's emulation based and using a rock chip like you get in TV boxes instead of something that is an FPGA. I'm touching it as if I'm still on the hand cam. Just imagine me touching it, chat. But yeah, I hope y'all enjoyed that tonight. Let me end the poll and let's see what it is. It looks like wood paneling won. Needs wood paneling, 37%. Just isn't as good as NES. I'm going to agree. I like it for what it is. I'm going to agree. What 21 is a pro system for pro gamers. Yo, my only comment to that, did you not, for those who didn't vote that, did you not just witness what happened to me with Robotron? I'd like to see all these Valorant players survive. Okay, let's get the Valorant esports people in here and see them survive that on Novice. Oh, man. But as far as streaming potential goes, chat, I hope y'all will agree with me that with the exception of a few games that maybe maybe have the power to hold a whole stream on their own, like, say, Tiger Heli, because of the depth of the game. Even though, based on the way I was losing, I don't know. I think future streams with this are going to have to be like a grab bag. So sort of like we did tonight, but a little more so. Spending more time with the games than I did, because I did just give them all a short run, except for Crystal Quest. I do think it's something where it's going to have to be either a grab bag or a Batsu wheel type thing, which I was thinking about doing for New Year's with the Atari collection on Steam, which I've got, even though I need to pick up some of the DLC for it. But yeah, it's a nice little collectible. I have to say that. It's sad because I want to say this is it's a cool system that everyone should have, but I feel more like it's just a nice little collectible that's a cool toy and a cool thing to pull out on occasion. And I do think, and you could correct me if I'm wrong, chat, I feel like something like this, almost like the Atari flashback systems, I feel like it's fun for parties. I feel like this is the type of thing where if you had if you have friends, God bless you. If you have friends and family and you have them over to your place and you want to just pull out something for funsies, just something for funsies where people can maybe compete against each other and yell and scream and get a kick out of the old school stuff. I feel like this fits that bill. I know, guy. I knew it even as I said it. But you know what I mean. To me, this is the type of thing you pull out. It's a party. It's a party system. This isn't, let's be honest, chat. It's not the type of thing, 40 years ago, this was the type of thing you might have, I know, also YouTube Shore moment. Yeah, I really should have been recording with the replay tonight for a number of things. I'll have to download this and just scour the VOD and everything. I feel like 40 years ago, kids and adults might have sat down in front with this and, spent an hour playing games. I just can't see, it's not like playing a JRPG or an RPG or a more in-depth platformer. It's just not the type of thing you sit down, you play for hours. It's the type of thing that you pull out just to play for a little bit and then, get it out of your system. Unless there's something that you're really, really getting into with it. And that's no offense to the people who made the games on there or anything like that. That's just, it's just one of those things. But overall, chat, I enjoyed that. Let me take these rubber gloves off. I was playing that the whole time, still wearing rubber gloves. I was still wearing rubber gloves. Yo. All right. Why do I keep saying yo so much? I've been saying yo and bruh too much. What is happening to me? What is happening to me, chat? Okay. There we go. Let's see how many people we got. Let's do a little raidy raid. And it says we got 6. Let's do a little raidy raid. And we'll call it a night. It's great. The glove. If the glove doesn't fit, you must have quit. Yeah. Need more of it. Atari after Christmas back libraries or something like that. Let me think. Let me see who we're doing real quick. Let me see who we're doing and we'll go from there. It's great. Need more of it. Hey, well, I'm glad you enjoyed yourself. And those of you who stuck around and those of you who didn't stick around, who were just here for a bit, I appreciate it as always. And I hope you did enjoy this. I hope at least you found it a little bit interesting as an aside. Like I said, it's clearly not the type of thing that I could see. I can't see myself. I'm sorry, as much as Omegs might love every moment of it and be eating good, I can't see myself doing a 4-hour or 5-hour or 6-hour Robotron 2084 stream. Unless we were checking every different version of Robotron and just comparing them, I can't see that happening. That said, one last thing on Robotron, I kind of think I like the XE version better. And I felt that way, I know I'm going to feel that way on Galaxian because 2600 versus XE, but I'm curious whenever we do get the Miss Pac-Man. Oh, my throat, so much. You can see yourself doing a 4-hour What Remains of Edith Finch stream. I'll have to look into that. I got that written down. I'll look into that. I'll look into that and see if that looks like it'll be a good fit for me. Okay, who's on? Redirect. Did you know, by the way, chat, I accidentally had a bunch of my streams set up with my old trailer that had the wrong address on it. The wrong handle. Ay. Okay, Pippa Pipkin, that's above my pay grade. Cup is on. Nori is on. She's doing a collab, though. Paula Hannah, I don't know her. We'll check that. We'll see who she is. Nissa is on. You know what? We might do Nissa. We might do Nissa tonight. Let me see who else is on. Let me just make sure that there's no one. Okay, there's a lot of people I would like to introduce myself into, but I do owe Nissa a raid. So we're gonna do, yeah, we'll do Nissa. We'll do Nissa. Save, okay, there we go. Yeah, I think I did it right. Oh my gosh, my brain zoned out for a second. I forgot what I was doing. Okay, I need Rocket. She's doing Rocket Farm. Oh, something with Minecraft. Okay, yeah, Minecraft, that'll work. Okay. Oh, good. Have a good night, Matt. Hey, thank you, Seraphist. Appreciate you hanging out. Hope you had a good workout too. Let's see. Raid message. I'm leaning into the Atari thing, but I'm thinking something with Pro. Atari Pro. And this is gonna be. I don't really know if I like this raid message, but we're still gonna do it because I can't come up with anything else. This is gonna be similar to what you had said. Atari Pro. Or Pro Atari Pro system for Pro Library Raid. All right, there we go. Atari Pro system for Pro Back Library Raid. That's stupid. It's stupid. It's awful. We're going with it. We're going with it because my brain is so shut off. I am exhausted. I didn't get a lot of sleep last night, so I'm hoping to make up for it tonight. I didn't get a lot of sleep the night before or the one before that, but tonight is my night to sleep. I hope. Tomorrow, chat, I'll work on getting the schedule out. If not, I'll get it out on Sunday. Schedule, I'll figure it out. And we'll get, and New Year's is next week. Gotta figure out New Year's, and it won't, I don't think it'll be Tetris. Maybe it'll be Tetris. Maybe it'll be the Batsu wheel. I don't know. Thank you, everyone, for watching tonight. Thank you, Guy Kagami. Thank you, Omegs. Thank you, Seraphist. Thank you, Mahese. Thank you, Cabbases and Twin Opinion and Daylin. I know you took off already, and Judd and Jennifer. And wow, I really put a lot of emphasis in the Jennifer tonight, didn't I? Probably woke her up if she fell asleep. I'm so sorry. And I know we had other people. I know we had, and Neko Lolita was here. And Alex was here, and Aiden, and I don't know. I'm trying to go up. And Luciano. How can I forget Luciano? It's one of my mods. How do I forget my mods? What is wrong with me? Oh, and Izakai Truck with his self-published book. So that was nicey nice. Okay, whatever. Brain is off. We're gonna do a raid. Something. You don't, we already ended the poll. I don't have to click that. You don't, yeah. It's you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Ay.